Congresswoman, are you there?
Nope, either.
Congresswoman Kelly, can you hear me? Okay, I think she's still having audio problems. So let's now go. We'll go from Illinois to Ohio with our former CBC chair. She is our CBC chair emeritus. Congresswoman Joyce Beatty represents Ohio's 3rd District, and she's a former chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. I love Joyce Beatty so much because she always keeps it real and she is always fighting for her constituents. So welcome to State of the People, to my forever CBC chair, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty. Oh, well, we will go from Ohio over to North Carolina. Next, we're going to hear from Congresswoman Valerie Fauché, who represents North Carolina's 4th Congressional District, and she focuses on infrastructure, innovation, and economic access. Hey, Congresswoman, how are you?
Good evening, Jaime. I'm doing well. Thank you for having us on.
Yes, ma'am. It is so good to see you, and thank you for all your hard work and your efforts. And I really want to spend some time talking with you about affordability, particularly in North Carolina. How does federal investment directly affect affordability in states like North Carolina and South Carolina, where I'm from?
Well, you know, as we've talked about it across the country, housing costs are rising, groceries cost more, healthcare premiums are climbing, and children are not able to get the kind of child care that they need. That's felt across this country, and certainly that is the case in North Carolina. And Black families are feeling this crisis acutely because of longstanding racial wealth gaps, and we just have less to cushion or absorb these rising prices. You know, as my colleague said earlier, the president promised that he was going to lower costs from day one, and we know that that is not the case. And on top of that, Republicans have pushed a budget that cut food assistance and made healthcare more expensive, decisions that disproportionately harm Black children, seniors, veterans, and working parents. It's the same in North Carolina as it is in South Carolina and in many states across this country. For Black America, the State of the Union must be measured by whether opportunity is expanding or whether inequality is being reinforced. And so what we've seen with the president's tariffs, we just see that costs are rising and opportunities are not keeping pace.
Well, and Congressman, I know right now you are in the midst of an election. Tell us a little bit about the things that you have done, particularly for your district and your constituents, because I know you've been working hard up here in Washington, D.C. So would love to hear some of the things that you've done in order to try to bring down those costs and really bring common sense back to North Carolina.
So thank you for that, because you are correct. I am in the midst of a real challenge. But let me just say this. My record shows that I have worked hard for the people in my district, and indeed, as it relates to legislation across the state. But I will say to you that in the last funding package, I brought back more than $20 million to this district. 2 years ago, when we had the community project funding availability, more than 12 million. Those funds are addressing affordable housing. They're addressing infrastructure. I think many of us who have worked in local government understand that local governments depend largely on individual property taxes. And so when you're talking about replacing old infrastructure as it relates to sewer systems and water systems, they just can't afford that. And being able to bring back funding as it relates to infrastructure to repair and replace failing systems, yes, we've been able to do that. And just about every county in my district has benefited from those funds in just about every municipality. So proud of that work, but also proud of being able to work across the aisle to make sure that we're getting consideration. And indeed, those taxpayer dollars that come to Washington are going back to our districts. I've been able to get bipartisan legislation passed as it relates to the environment. My Impact Act has passed the House twice. And that's a great environmental bill to be able to partner public and private partnerships such that we're able to research and develop technologies that reduce carbon emission from the production of cement and asphalt and concrete. So yes, I'm happy to be able to be in position to help those in my district and actually across the state and the nation.
Well, Congresswoman, thank you for your good work. Folks send people to Washington, D.C. to deliver, and you've been delivering for your constituents. So we really appreciate you and all that you and the other members of the CBC do each and every day. So thank you, Congresswoman.
Absolutely.
Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Folks, thank you. Next, folks, we are going to hear from Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, who represents Massachusetts' 7th Congressional District, and she is a national voice on justice and immigration reform. Congresswoman, hello and welcome to State of the People.
Good to be with you, Jaime. Good to be with you.
Well, Congresswoman, you have spoken so eloquently about children traumatized by ICE detention. What are you seeing? And can you just give us a sense of what you have been working on? And when you get back into the majority, what you will do in order to represent those young people and their families?
Sure. Okay. Well, let me just take this a couple of ways. The first is, I'm boycotting the State of the Union because I will not legitimize or normalize the occupant of the Oval Office. Jaime, we understand that elections have consequences. The issue, though, is that you have the House, the Senate, the White House, and I could argue, although the most recent Supreme Court ruling is surprising, but I could say you have a far-right Supreme Court as co-conspirators in your agenda. And this is what you choose to do with the majority. Mm-hmm. What you choose to do with the majority is to exact and enact harm. And so, in my opinion, the state of our union is traumatized. And our children are bearing the brunt of that. And whether you're talking about denying hungry children food by cutting SNAP benefits, whether you're talking about ignoring medical need by cutting healthcare, by cutting Medicaid, not extending the ACA subsidies, cutting healthcare costs in order to fund the unlawful, unconstitutional, racist, and rogue actions of ICE. Whether you're talking about the absence of accountability and justice for the Epstein survivors who are now grown women, but were children, and I've read many of these files because I serve on the Committee on Government Oversight and Reform. Whether you're talking about the push out of Black women from the federal workforce, the dismantling of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and many of those jobs were held by Black women, and 70% of Black women are the primary breadwinners of their household. So that is a threat to Black women, families, and futures. And the best gift you can give any child is a stable adult. And the reality is that adults are destabilized. They're destabilized because they're fearing their TPS, a temporary protected status, will not be extended. Mm-hmm. Adults are traumatized because their livelihoods are being disrupted. Adults are traumatized because they're being racially profiled and unlawfully detained and deported. Adults are destabilized because the rent is too damn high. Home ownership is further and further out of reach. They can't afford student debt, medical debt, childcare, and all the things. And so I'm boycotting because I believe this administration has a legacy already of great child abuse, neglect, and trauma. And increasingly, because I'm raising a 17-year-old, and I know she and her peers are still recovering in many ways from the pandemic and from a culture of school shootings and mass shootings. I mean, increasingly so, Jaime, a childhood is becoming a privilege for few instead of a birthright for all. And James Baldwin said, the children of the world belong to all of us. And so although I'm boycotting the State of the Union, what I am doing is I have honorary State of the Union guests. Symbolically, they can't be with us physically because they range in age from 2 months to 2 years to 6 months to 9 years old. And they have either been detained by ICE and in baby jail and experienced medical neglect and harm, or their parents have been unlawfully detained, and that has meant that they've been robbed of advocacy or the continuity of a parent. And even if we've been successful in reuniting them with their parent, that trauma still exists. I mean, think of the children waiting at a school bus stop, running when they saw ICE presence. I think about the children I met in Minnesota, their parents telling me that their 7-year-old wanted to know why when they went to school to play with their best friend, they were suddenly gone. I had another parent in Massachusetts whose 6-year-old is begging her mom to let her classmate move in with them so that they can be safe. We are adultifying our children, but I have to acknowledge, we have long had a history of state-sanctioned violence, the separating of families, and childhood trauma for Black America. That legacy does exist in this country, especially when it comes to police brutality. I mean, we're talking about Daquan Johnson of Michigan, and so I have long been focused on dismantling the mass incarceration crisis, a for-profit, system. The ICE system is also for-profit incentivized in the same way that corporations benefit from the incarceration of poor folks and Black folks. And again, there's so much to unpack there. And many of our prisons and jails are inhumane conditions, right? And the ICE detention facilities also, those corporations are incentivized by the unlawful detaining of our immigrant neighbors. And you can't say this is about law and order, because when you are denying people's constitutional rights and due process, it's not about law and order. You can't say it's about public safety. This is a campaign of terror. And when I ran for Congress for the first time in 2018, I ran, one of my main issues was on a platform to defund and abolish ICE, because I don't believe we should be doing immigration enforcement through the Department of Homeland Security. And ICE has only been in existence since 2003. So I just gives me no joy, Jamie, that all of the harrowing things that I forecasted have come to pass.
No, you're right. You're right, Congresswoman. I mean, I just heard one story that just absolutely broke my heart about a 6-year-old who was left at home. Her dad went outside to go grab food. ICE grabbed him. He said, "My 6-year-old is in the house." And they said, "We're not here for your 6-year-old." Took him, and she puts on her shoes and starts wandering around the town looking for her father. Just think about, I have a 6-year-old. And I just think about that, and it breaks your heart. But that is what we are doing right now in this country. And there's some folks who believe that that's okay. In no place is that okay. That is not right.
You know what?
We have to do something.
Okay, because they're othering who that harm is.
Yes.
Who that harm is coming to. But the fact of the matter is, Jamie, is that no one is exempt from this harm. This is a campaign of terror that is sowing chaos in our communities. And as it has been proven, although Black and brown communities stand to be the most racially profiled, surveyed, and to be victims of this violence, we have seen that children have been victims of this violence. We have seen that grown folks have, Black, brown, indigenous, AAPI, and white people. This campaign of terror does not care who is in its wake. And in the same way that the KKK cannot be reformed, another, masked militia group I do not believe that ICE can be reformed and that this has anything to do with training and protocols. My guess, my symbolic guess for the State of the Union that I am actively boycotting because the state of our union is traumatizing our children. I wanted to lift up children, again, as young as 2 months old, Elaney, Daphne, Juan Nicholas, and Suche.
Well, Congresswoman, thank you again for being a voice for those who cannot stand up and be a voice for themselves. We really, really appreciate your passion and everything that you do. And thank you for, boycotting this thing and not 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 legitimizing the hate that is coming from the White House. So we really appreciate you.
And the anti-blackness brother on steroids. Okay, so one
Yes.
thing I know for sure is he's not going to say anything that speaks to the health, the wealth, the joy, and the upliftment of Black people and the Black family. But I remain on that case
Thank you.
unapologetically so.
Thank
Okay,
you.
appreciate y'all.
Okay, appreciate you. Talk to you soon. And folks, next we have one of my dear friends on the Hill, Congresswoman Shontel Brown, who represents Ohio's 11th district, and she serves on the Agriculture Committee. And I hope one day she will be that chair of the Agriculture Committee. First time making history in Ohio. Well, Congresswoman, thank you for being on State of the People. And I want to chat a little bit about food and SNAP specifically. SNAP is under constant pressure. As someone who grew up on food stamps and understands the importance of that program, tell us a little bit about what is happening to food assistance programs under this administration and with these MAGA folks who are controlling Congress.
Well, first and foremost, I want to say a couple things. I want to say thank you for having this and giving me an opportunity to speak on this platform. I respect and admire and adore your leadership, my brother, and thank you so very much. Putting me after Ayanna was dirty. No. She is fierce. She is fabulous. That is my sister in service. But I just applaud. You have an amazing lineup of folks coming up to speak to so many issues that are impacting our community. And we talk about SNAP. I'm the second highest ranking Democrat on the Agriculture Committee. And I do sincerely hope that one day I will be able to hold that gavel to reverse course on some of the most egregious cuts that have been made in the program's history, the largest cuts in the program's history. We're talking to the tune of $186 billion. And for what? To give tax breaks to billionaires who will not even notice the money. You want to cut $6 a day for people that are just trying to make ends meet. And I spoke about this from a very transparent place during one of our committee hearings when the Republicans on the other side of the aisle attempted to make these cuts, and before they actually went through, to kind of hope that they would understand that the portrayal of the people that they say are utilizing these programs are far from the reality. Folks like my mom, who just wanted to make sure that her daughter, me, had access to a parent while I was struggling with petite mal seizures when I was in school. That was a lifeline that helped her be able to do that. And she continues to be a productive citizen of the United States. But their narrative is different. It is that, it's a welfare queen, or it's a guy in the basement playing video games. And the reality is, so many people that are receiving food assistance, Jamie, they're working.
Yeah.
They say they want to increase work requirements. Well, I would argue they want to increase paperwork requirements. These cuts are going to impact 90,000 people, and that's on the conservative. Side in Ohio, because 1 in 5 in my district alone depend on SNAP, and 1 in 3 of those individuals are Black. And so, I think that these cuts are going to have just devastating effects on so many communities. We're talking not just specifically Black communities, but veterans, our seniors, our children will be impacted. Everyone is going to be impacted by this, and that will have a ripple effect on our grocery stores, which will have a ripple effect on the entire food industry.
Well, Congresswoman, we are so proud of you and so grateful that you are fighting for all of us on these issues. And I want folks to understand that, you know, agriculture policy doesn't just impact rural communities. It impacts all communities, urban communities, suburban communities, and all. And you are just such a great representative of all of those communities and that fight, standing up and fighting for all of us. So we really, really appreciate you.
And I think
I would give you a
you know,
closing
agriculture
thought.
touches everything. It's the one committee that touches everything and everybody every single day. I mean, from the housing that we have to the food that we eat to the clothes that we wear, agriculture touches every part of everybody's life. So I'm sorry, I just had to get that in.
No, that's an important comment, because I think a lot of people, when they think ag, they just think, you know, they think of a farm and that's it, right? But you're right. It touches all of us in every aspect and in every way. So thank you again for all of your hard work and your efforts, what you are doing for your constituents, but also the fight that you're doing for folks that live outside of Ohio. You know, just folks in South Carolina, folks in
I
North
love
Carolina.
me some South Carolina.
I know you do. I know you do. But I really appreciate you, Congresswoman, and can't wait to see you again sometime soon.
All right. Give your family my love. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And now, folks, we go from the Ag Committee to the Appropriations Committee. We now have next Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman, who represents New Jersey's 12th District and is one of the longest serving Black women in Congress. And she is a dear friend. She is a fighter. Congresswoman, welcome to State of the People.
Thank you, Jamie. I'm so glad to be here with you.
Yes. Well, Congresswoman, you know, immigration and healthcare are colliding for families. And I know it's something that you see from your perch on Appropriations Committee and your representation of the folks in New Jersey. What has to change over the course of the next few weeks and months as we move towards the midterm elections?
Well, I'm going to hope that more Republicans see the light of day and work with Democrats to make sure that access to health care is a reality. We see some folks moving away from worrying about whether or not the president is going to challenge them in a primary or threaten them in any way, shape, or form. And they've moved in the right direction with us. Now I need the Senate to do that. And then I need us to move forward. Immigration, listen, there's so much that has to be done there. First of all, ICE needs to be doing what it's supposed to do legally and constitutionally, and not intimidating and harassing communities and people and having poor little babies, youngsters traumatized for the rest of their lives because they've seen their parents abused, or even they've been abused or used by ICE. Immigration, we need to make sure that there is, first of all, an understanding and appreciation of those who've been here for years and who are contributing to our economy. There ought to be a way that they can continue to be here, can continue to be here safely, and can move into citizenship at some point. We need to beef up the whole apparatus for citizenship because part of the problem is such a backlog. But we need to make sure that the Department of Homeland Security and ICE and Border Patrol are doing their jobs legally. I personally believe that ICE cannot be reformed. I think ICE has to be just done away with, and a new apparatus needs to show up, and it needs to show up in a different department. I believe that DHS needs to be dismantled because I think that it was conceived and created right after 9/11 at a very difficult time. Well, that time isn't here. And now that entity, which was supposed to keep us safer, is now causing us to be less safe and to have our communities in chaos and in fear while they're spending hundreds of $millions with untrained people who are dealing with just innocent people. Look, do what you got to do to those who commit bad crimes. Get them out of our streets, And if they don't belong in our country, get them out of our country. But we see what's happening right now to innocent immigrants, to innocent American citizens, and to just innocent people who want to show up and make sure that people are not being harassed. So Jaime, when it comes to immigration and when it comes to this administration, just in general, it has failed on every level that is humane. It's made us less safe nationally, and it has made us disliked internationally. But this is a government of by and for the people. And when I see what happened in Minneapolis, when 50,000 people wouldn't leave no matter what ICE tried to do, government had to make some adjustments. If we do that state by state in this country, we will have Donald Trump and his bullying shown for what it is. It is a bluff, and we must call it.
Well, Congresswoman, I am so grateful for you and the compassion that you bring, but also the common sense that you bring to that we need to our federal policy. So thank you again for your representation. Thank you for all your hard work in the Congress.
Thanks for having me. God bless you.
God bless you. Next, we have my brother from Nevada. He sits on the Ways and Means Committee. Congressman Stephen Horsford, former chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, represents Nevada's 4th District and, again, serves on Ways and Means that oversees tax and trade policy. Congressman, welcome to State of the People.
Well, thank you, Jaime. It's great to be on State of the People, and I'm right off the floor. I am here to make sure that we hold this administration accountable. For more than a year, they have been stealing from the American people, literally picking their pockets through these tariffs, which are taxes that Americans have been paying. And it's literally hidden taxes on everything from groceries to inventories that are stocked up on small business shelves. If you're a family with young children, baby formula, the cost of housing, everything has gone up under this administration after they promised that it would go down. And not only has it not gone down, Jaime, it's gotten worse. And so he can get up here and lie and say the economy's great, but the reality is the real state of the economy is what people feel. And they feel that the costs are higher and that their life is harder. And that is something that we're fighting to make better as House Democrats under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries.
And Congressman, I know that you see, I mean, when you think about what your committee, the oldest committee of the House, the Ways and Means Committee, when you think about what your committee looks at, tax, trade, healthcare, these are all issues in which that one word, affordability, is hitting over and over and over again. What would a real affordability agenda look like from a Democratic Ways and Means perspective? When you all are back in the majority, what are some of the things that you want to hit on? Because you're right, Donald Trump is going to do nothing but lie tonight. We know that. For 3 hours, he's going to be on a lying fest. But what is your agenda to inspire the American people to seek the change that we know that we need in November?
You know, I'm so glad you asked that, because it's not enough for us just to talk about what we're against with this Trump administration, even though it's chaotic, it's cruel, and it's corrupt. It's about what we're for on behalf of the American people. One thing I'm for is returning the money that this administration stole from these tariffs that are taxes. That's why I've introduced a bill called the Relief Act to actually automatically refund that money back to the people who paid it, and to make sure that we're bringing down the cost. But as you said, affordability is the central issue that families in Nevada and all across the country are grappling with. And while we focus on reducing the cost of everything from the rent to the mortgage to healthcare to childcare to utilities, all of those have gone up. We also have to increase people's wages by actually making sure that work pays for itself and rewarding work and not just wealth. We have to incentivize and provide more support for families to get better paying jobs through job training and education. This administration has tried to defund education, defund workforce, defund apprenticeship. Under House Democrats and our majority, we will make sure that we're investing in skills and opportunity, and not just in the workforce, but to support our small businesses and entrepreneurs, those who are putting their blood, sweat, and tears into starting their own business, and to make sure that they have the tools, the resources, the capital to start and to grow those businesses, particularly Black women who have been pushed out disproportionately by this Trump economy. Over 300,000 Black women have lost their job as a result of the administration's policies just in the last year. And now we're seeing unemployment over 8% in the Black community. That is why we need policies that center work, wages, and wealth, and that actually create economic opportunity for everybody, and not just the very wealthy and the big corporations that Donald Trump and these Republicans in Congress capitulate to.
Well, Congressman, we really appreciate the fight. We appreciate you laying out what the Democratic agenda is going to be, what the CBC is going to fight for when you get the majority back, because it's going to happen. Because people are going to go to the polls, they're going to vote, they're going to take family and friends with them, and we are going to take back the House and we're going to flip the Senate. And we can't wait to have you as one of the leaders on that House Ways and Means Committee in the majority. So thank you for all that you're doing.
With the power from the people, that will happen. The power is in the people. And when the people show up and use their power, there's nothing that we can't do, and there's no change that is not possible. So let's continue to organize. Let's continue to show up, stand up, speak up, and fight back. Hold the line against this administration and get ready to lead with the House Democratic majority in 2027 and beyond. Thank you, Jamie, for having me on.
Thank you, Congressman. Take care. And, buckle up for the lies you're going to hear tonight. Folks, tonight you heard from leaders who are not spectators to history. They're actually shaping it. The Congressional Black Caucus began more than 50 years ago with a simple mission: to speak for communities that too often went unheard in the halls of power. Tonight, with 62 Black members serving at the start of this Congress, the most in American history, that mission continues. All of the members who join us this hour, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your courage. And thank you for standing in the gap for the people. The state of the people is resilient. The state of the people is determined. And the state of the people demands action. Now, we're going to turn to some solutions. My dear friend Karen Finney will lead us into this next conversation, digging deeper into the issues that will define not just this year, but the future of this country. Karen, the baton is yours, my friend.
All right. Thank you, Jamie. The power is in the people. I heard the congressman say it, and I love it, because we know that is so true. So thank you, my brother, for getting us kicked off in this year, this anniversary of State of the People. It was about a year ago. We said, you know what? Instead of listening to lies, let's tell the truth. So it's
a whole bunch of lies tonight, Karen. We're going to get a whole bunch tonight.
That's exactly right. All right. Well, I'll let you go on and do it there, Jamie.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night. So look, folks, thank you so much for joining us. And as we did last year, and as you heard Jamie in the conversations in the first hour, we know that tonight there's going to be a lot of gaslighting going on at the Capitol. I actually live on the route that the vice president takes to the Capitol. I just heard him drive by. It was more of an honor, frankly, when it was Vice President Kamala Harris driving by. But I want to talk about what this next hour is going to be, and the purpose here of State of the People, because while there's going to be gaslighting over there, here we're going to tell the truth. We're going to talk about what matters. We're going to talk about the state of our people. And we're going to talk about what the people who are on the front lines are doing to protect our rights, our freedom, make sure that we protect access to opportunity, get a better economy. Times have been rough. Let's be honest. And so we want to tell our truth in our voices, in our stories. That's what State of the People is all about. That's what this next hour is about. And so we have a wonderful lineup for you. And I'm just checking to see if we've got our first, we got our first group. I just want to roll out just a couple of points to you for you to hear about what's going on. Over 600,000 Black women have been sidelined in this economy. We know that healthcare costs are up. We know that there have been cuts to Medicaid that are harming our families. And we know also part of what's happening is this layered effect, right? So maybe you got your Medicaid cut and groceries are too high and gas is too expensive. So all these things are layering on top of one another, and we're the ones having to bear the brunt. And the other thing that we're seeing happening, we had the big ugly bill, and that also impacted our communities in the fact that it gave billions to billionaires, less money in our pockets, literally taking money out of our pockets, but also it meant less money to the organizations that do work in our communities to try to help make sure our kids have food, that we have healthcare, that we have childcare, that we're bridging those gaps. So this conversation tonight is going to be about that work that is still going on, because I want you to know that the fight continues. You are in the fight. We are the fight. We are the state of our people. It relies on us, and it relies on some of the people that we're going to be talking to tonight. So joining me to start, we have a great panel. I've got Melanie Campbell, who is the president and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation. I've got, hey, Mel, good to see you.
Hey there.
I've got Judith Brown Dianis, who is a brilliant civil rights attorney, also the former executive director of the Advancement Project, and one of the forces behind State of the People. I'm just going to add that, so we're telling the truth. And I think we've got Demetria McCain also joining us, and she is the director of policy at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. And so let's start and talk about and tell some truth about what's happening with elections, because I'm sure folks we've seen all kinds of craziness. Let's be clear. This last year has been chaos and pain. It is about a president who is, consolidating power and using that power against and trying to take it away from the rest of us. And when it comes to voting, we've heard conversations about nationalizing elections. We saw, felt like stormtroopers rolling in Fulton County, Georgia, essentially to take the voter information because the current occupant of the White House is still trying to adjudicate 2020, although I think that's really about creating the predicate to take over elections in 2026. But we've also seen, and Judith, I'm going to start with you because folks have probably seen in the news lately conversations about the SAVE Act, which has been in Congress. It was on the House side. It's now on the Senate side. And let's talk about what's real about the SAVE Act and what's not real about the SAVE Act, because we're hearing a lot of the same disinformation and misinformation that we hear every once in a while about, all these myths about who votes and who doesn't vote. And so let's clear it up and let's talk about the SAVE Act.
Sure. So thanks, Karen. First of all, I can't believe it's a year. It has been a year since we did that marathon for the State of the Union. So it's so good to continue to bring information to our people. So the SAVE Act, what people need to know is this thing is called the Safeguarding American Voter Eligibility Act. And it is supposed to be what Republicans are saying is that this is about voter integrity and this is about voter fraud. Now, we need to set the record straight because there is no voter fraud.
No.
And they say that it's about non-citizens voting. Non-citizens are not voting. There are penalties, stiff penalties for voter fraud already. So this isn't about that. What this is about is that this fight started when one Barack Hussein Obama was elected president, all of a sudden they started talking about voter fraud. All of a sudden they started passing voter ID laws, restrictive voter ID laws. This bill is actually even worse than a lot of the voter ID laws that we saw. It actually was tested out in Florida. What the law does is that it requires proof of citizenship. So this is about show me your papers. What they want you to do is have a birth certificate or a passport or your naturalization papers in order to register to vote. The Brennan Center says that 21 million people do not have that identification. And so they wouldn't be able to register to vote. For married women, what that means is I remember when I got married and I changed my last name, I didn't do it at first because I was like, that's a nightmare, right?
Right.
What it would do is my birth certificate says Brown. My driver's license is Judith Brown Dianis, right? And so I wouldn't be able to vote just showing my actual driver's license.
Right.
So it's that it also takes people off the rolls. We need to understand it removes people. So this isn't, again, it's not about voter fraud. It's not about eligibility. It's about rigging the game so that they can win the midterm so that he can continue to inflict harm upon the American people.
And I want to just, there's a headline from the New York Times not too long ago, just really said it all. It said, quote, Republicans braced for losses, push more voting restrictions in Congress. So, I mean, I feel like that says it all. And before we move on from this, I just want to point out one other thing that you said, because we also know these purges on the rolls from state to state, it can be real complicated to then figure out if you're still on the roll, how do you get yourself reinstated on the rolls? And we've heard, particularly in red states, we've heard authorities say things like there's certain kinds of names that they look for when they're purging, and people who are actually citizens end up getting purged when there's no reason for them to have been purged. So tell us, Judith, I'm going to come back to you just a moment, because what I want to talk about also is how we're fighting it. And Melanie, I know you've been very involved in the fight against the SAVE Act, which I'm sorry, but anytime you hear those jokers on the other side talking about anything to do with integrity, it's a lie coming. Okay, because there's no integrity in what we see going on over there. But, Melanie, you're part of the fight, all of y'all, but you're part of the fight to protect us against the SAVE Act, because it will not save us. So what do we need to know about what our options are, what the fight looks like right now to push back on the SAVE Act?
Thank you, and I'm going to apologize because I'm in my home state of Florida, and so I only can stay on a few minutes because I got some family emergency happening. I didn't want to miss just getting on for a few minutes. But hey, what we need to do is call the Senate. What folks need to do is call their U.S. senators, because it passed in the House. It's in the Senate. They need to call 202-224-3121, 202-224-3121. Check to make sure where your senators stand, your U.S. senators, your two senators stand. Make sure that you let them know that you want them to vote no. And the name saved, all that was on purpose, right? It sounds good. You're going to save people, you're going to save the vote. But at the end of the day, being in a state like Florida, where we've always had so many problems, especially as far back, Judith, as you well know, the 2000 presidential election when the Supreme Court snatched that victory away from Al Gore. The reality is folks have never stopped doing it. Judith made the point when that black man was elected, and oh my God, twice they would elect a black South Asian vice president. It really is about that. And so they're going to do everything they can. And so we have to organize ourselves. We also have to push to try to stop this. And if we don't stop it, we always will have to out-organize. We'll have to overperform. And that's not going to be easy. I think that it's also to educate the community, which is when they thought we wasn't going to show up after 2010, when they passed all those voter suppression laws after President Obama got elected the first time. We showed up, but as we all know, those of us been out here a long time, they made it the long lines and all those things. They're going to throw everything at us. We have to do all we can to provide that. But the best thing we can do right now is stop it in the Senate.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Melanie. And thank you. I know you wanted to be here. And we really appreciate it, especially because for the
It's
1 year
great to be here with you ladies.
Love you. And thank you for being here. You've been with us from the beginning. So thank you for coming on through.
Yes. And just, y'all know my brother, so just pray for my brother.
We sure will. Prayers up. You got it. We got it. And thank you, Mel. That's a whole other issue we know we're dealing with, which is healthcare, but we're going to get to that in another segment. So, Demetria, here's what I want to talk about. I just want to talk about the SAVE Act before we then talk about the Supreme Court, because I think one of the things that's important for people to understand, they're trying to attack our right to vote on so many levels. And I feel like people may worry that or think, wait, haven't I been here over and over? Every year we seem to hear about these attacks on our voting rights. But in this particular moment, what strikes me is, we've seen the current resident of the White House essentially try to amass power, right? I mean, we've been trying to sue him to push back. He's been basically, I feel like the lesson he learned from Jan 6 was not a lesson in democracy, but a lesson that said, well, I've got to overpower the Constitution and overpower the system so no one can stop me. And voting is one of the most important ways that we can put a check on his power. And so as we think about, we're in a midterm year, we see these, measures being passed, and with the SAVE Act, what do we think? What are the chances in the Senate of this actually passing? And let's say if it does, I'm assuming the courts are going to be another option for us.
Well, I tell you, the courts have already kind of spoken a little bit on this topic already, Karen. And it's in the form of the fact that the president tried to get this through by way of executive order. And so the court, struck that down. So I think everybody needs to know how persistent they are when it comes to voter suppression, because we had it in the executive order, then we had the SAVE Act. Now this is the Save America Act, and also pending is the MEGA Act, just Make Elections Great Again Act. Again, a fake name for a problem that doesn't exist, as Judith made very clear. And so there are folks who've been believing in states' rights, and states' rights has not always, we haven't voted well when it comes to people who fight for states' rights. But this is clearly an attempt for the federal government to take over. And they're taking over because things have been successful somewhat, right? Things haven't been perfect, but this is the 61st anniversary of Voting Rights Act, right? We're headed up there now. And so we had Bloody Sunday, March 7th, almost a week from now, right? 61 years ago. But I want listeners to understand that we cannot stop, to your point, Karen, because guess what? March 7th was Bloody Sunday. Those folks came back March 25th and walked again and made it across that bridge, despite having been beaten. And so we're not even at a point where we're talking about beatings, right? So we've got to fight with our senators. You've got to look at people around your neighborhoods and your cousins who live in another state where their senator might be about to do the wrong thing, and call that phone number that Melody mentioned, because those phones matter. I have walked up and down those halls in the Senate offices, and those little young people answering those phones, sometimes those phones are burning up, and the senators know it when the phones are burning up. So again, that number is 202-224-3121, and that's what we've got to do, because this is because people have been voting. All those people at the 7 p.m. segment that you all had, those people are there because people could vote. People could pick representatives that they wanted to represent them. And that's what this is about. That's what they're trying to stop.
Well, and that's also when we talk about the things that are happening, maybe if you're living in a state where you're hearing about redistricting, that's what it means. And I think it's so important that we, connect all these dots, that the reason we're talking about voting and why it's so important, it's exactly what you just said, Demetria, is because we get to pick who represents us. People, they don't get to pick who their voters are, right? And so we've got to keep fighting this fight. And so, Demetria, I want to talk a little bit about the Supreme Court, because obviously the LDF has played a huge role in a very important and consequential case. And just briefly, before we have to shift gears here, I think it's important that we touch on it because it's going to be big news coming up in the months to come. And I want people to keep an eye out for what we believe is going to be a consequential decision. And again, to your point, the courts have I know it doesn't feel as satisfying perhaps sometimes as passing legislation, but the courts have been so important and such an important place where we've had some real victories. And actually, the cases against the Trump administration, I think it's over 80% effective. So I think that's important for us to remember. And I say that because I want people to know that our efforts are working. It doesn't always feel like it, but it's working, and we are winning.
That's right, Karen.
So
that's exactly right. Yeah, I mean, like I just referenced a case a little earlier, right, against an executive order. There are cases on education that we're winning. And be clear, it is the Senate that helps choose who these federal judges are. And so there we go again. We're right back to the voting situation, right? And so, yeah, the Kelly case is a case out of Louisiana that our president, Janae Nelson, just really, argued very well recently. But it's important to understand this. She argued that case recently, but we had already argued it months before. And so the Supreme Court said, hey, come back, and I want you to argue this again. And folks, it's very rare for a case to be argued more than once at the Supreme Court. I mean, I think maybe during the Brown case, during the Dobbs case. So this is a monumental case. And even though it's based in Louisiana, it has an impact across the country because it's all about Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. We've already lost Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, which was that pre-clearance part where if election officials were changing something, they had, in certain states, they had to get sign-off from Department of Justice. Well, this Department of Justice, we sure don't want them having to sign off on anything.
So tell folks what's in Section 2, yeah.
Yeah, so Section 2 is where we go when we have problems, when we see racial discrimination in voting. And so that is the import of this case, is that this could potentially impact Section 2, which is our ability to say, hey, there are some racial discrimination issues in voting. And so if that goes away, that's a problem. This particular case was about redistricting in Louisiana, and it was successful in the past. And to that extent, Louisiana was able to finally get a second U.S. representative from a Black community who was able to elect somebody of their choice, right? And then here these folks come back, these non-African Americans, as they call themselves, filing this case. And so here we are with that. And so we are anxiously waiting this term for the Supreme Court to make a decision on this. Now, I'm a Texan. I'm from Texas. I was there at all those hearings in Austin, Texas, where we had to deal with that situation in redistricting. And that was a debacle. And they're happening other places in the country right now. And so this is all, again, related to this whole package, let's say, of the takeover, of the attempted takeover of voting for our people.
So Judith, I want you to weigh in on this as well, and this issue of the courts. From this conversation, we're gonna transition and go back big picture about some of the other issues that are impacting the state of our people. But obviously we wanted to start with this issue because it's so important. So when we think about the different threats, we heard Melanie talk about we're gonna have to overperform. What else can we be doing? So there's lawsuits, there's overperforming. I feel like there's also making sure we know, check our registration, making sure we know where
definitely check your registration, because as many people as we're trying to get on the rolls, they're trying to take them off the rolls. If you have moved, update your registration. If you have changed your name, update that, and make sure that you have the right ID. Look at the dates. The other things, if there are particular states, like you were mentioning, Karen, where redistricting has happened. In Virginia, you actually have to vote on the ballot initiative to allow redistricting to move forward so that we can have fair elections, so that we can fight back against the Republican takeover in states like Texas. So there's a lot of things to do to get involved. Maryland, we're still trying to push redistricting in this state. You know, we have a state senate that doesn't want to get it done. At least the leader doesn't. So let's keep pushing. So yes, so this is a moment for everyone to be calling your elected officials all the time. Their jobs are on the line and we're their bosses. So they need to hear from us on a regular. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you so much, ladies, for joining us. And I just want to underscore that point because particularly, I mean, they should care what we have to say all the time, but it's an election year. So they know that we get to hold them accountable in just a few months if they don't do what we want them to do. So you're right. The more people can hear from us, and we've talked about this before on State of the People, those folks in those offices, they are tallying every single day how many calls, how many emails. I mean, let's be honest, they're looking at social media traffic too. So making our voices heard, it can feel like it doesn't matter, but it really, really does. And I just want to keep underscoring that for folks.
Karen, one last thing, if I could, it's really important for people to understand this is not about partisan politics. This is about race, right? Racial gerrymandering. They may say in the news that it's just partisan, but guess who's suffering? Guess whose districts, just looking at Texas, guess what kind of districts were targeted when they were doing that? So this is about race.
Absolutely. Thank you, ladies, so much. Keep up the fight. Thank you for fighting on our behalf. All right, so now we're going to talk about the economy. We're going to talk about some of the gaslighting and the promises that have been broken and make those connections. And so I'm joined right now by Taifa Butler. I hope I pronounced that correctly. And if not, I hope she'll tell me. She is the president of DEMOS, one of my favorite organizations, which is a public policy organization. And whether you know it or not, she is out there advocating for the policies that will make our lives better. And that matters. And also one of my favorite people is Sosa Osa, who is the founder and principal of Awning Strategies. She is the master of disinformation, always keeping us straight to understand, what the attacks are that are coming for our people. But also, Sosa, you did just a fantastic job trying to put together this overview of what we're seeing from this president. And I think, one of the things, y'all, that strikes me is, from day one, it was so clear there were attacks coming, bam, 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 rapid fire, right? And part of the point of that was to exhaust us. Mm-hmm. But there's some patterns in it, and so I'm going to start with you, and then I'd love to get your, take on this. It's really, a lot of it is about power, and a lot of it is about consolidating power, hoarding power, how you use power against people, how you use power to benefit your billionaire buddies. Some call that the Epstein billionaire class. I like that. Because, but let's talk about that, Asosa, because you did a beautiful job really laying that out. And I think it's important because one of the things we know that's real important for our folks to understand is how each of these pieces line up and actually do impact us in ways we may not be aware of.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you are right. And we just saw that in the previous section with what's happening with the Voting Rights Act, right? Just the number of examples that we have of the rich and shameless just rigging system after system after system to try to stay in charge when nobody wants them there, right? They're attacking Black political power as a front to truly just seize all power, to seize illegitimate control. And so to your point, that is what we are seeing. We're going to be overwhelmed as a tactic.
Yeah.
Right. We are going to be overwhelmed as a tactic, exhausted as a tactic, scared as a tactic, right? To try to dissuade and to try to protect, and all the while, right, they are breaking promise after promise after promise, just like you said. Like when we look at who got paid and who got protected and who got played, right? Mm-hmm. It is very, very, very clear, right? Elon Musk got $70 billion.
He got paid,
right?
They got paid.
Exactly. Right. What did we get? We got tariffs.
We got
$3.4 billion cut from Black communities in just 8 months.
That's right. And I think it's so important, Associate, that you said that, and I saw that in your, and Tiff, I want to talk to you about this, because I think sometimes what folks aren't always tracking is that those cuts to our communities and those are to programs that actually benefit our people. So it means, I mean, I'm dealing with this with members of my own family who are saying they got their Medicaid benefits cut, groceries are too expensive, gas is too expensive, but the charity in their community that actually helps with food assistance, well, they faced cuts this year. So they're not as able to help people. And I'm sure from a policy standpoint, we're seeing that over and over in lots of different ways, that the cumulative effect is part of what's really hurting our communities.
Yeah, if I could jump in here, because this is right in our wheelhouse as Demos, and we've always talked about the intersection of economic and political power, right? And knowing the two things that keep me awake every day is the fact that this demographic shift is happening, and it is no surprise because we've been signaling it for decades, right? And so does the right understand that in the next 2 decades, we're projected to be majority people of color. No one race or ethnicity will have a majority. That's one trend. The second one is that at the same time, Black and brown people are projected to have zero to negative net wealth in the same amount of time, right? So not only do you have an apparatus with this administration that is undermining our economic power as a people, but is also undermining our political power, our ability to access the ballot, our ability to have a representative and accountable government who understands our issues and are speaking to them. And to your point earlier, Karen, not gaslighting us, telling us, we hear you, we hear your economic pain and hardship, and we're going to solve it. And this administration did nothing in the last year and a couple of months to be able to address the material conditions that are faced by Black and brown people, particularly Black people, every day. And so to me, it was disingenuous, right? To sort of put a narrative that we are going to help solve the economic populist, concerns, but then also work overtime to fill the pockets of the already wealthy and corporations who've been funding this administration's campaign, and also again perpetuating the same economic theory that if we cut taxes at the top, it's somehow going to trickle down, and we already know that doesn't work.
We know that doesn't work. We've seen that news over and over again. I want to touch on one other topic here before we have to go, and that is, Associate, you pointed out, and it's something we're seeing. I saw this in the polls for the first time, and focus groups the first time Trump was in office. White grievance politics. Trump has really the way that they're utilizing this as a tool, not just as a strategy to divide us. So I wonder if you would talk about that a little bit, because I know we're seeing it in lots of different ways. And then Type, I'd love to get your take on this, because we know in our communities, racism is a top concern. And that is not something that gets asked in polling for the most part. But when you ask people, they will say, our folks are saying, yes, I am concerned about the impact that racism is having on my economic health, on my well-being, on my future, on my kids' future. Can you talk about that, Associate? Because I know you looked into this a little bit.
Yes, absolutely. This is a president and administration that uses racial chaos as political strategy, just fundamentally, right? When we saw 2 innocent people get killed in Minnesota within 9 days. Within 9 days, we saw a raid on Fulton County. Right, we saw Don Lemon and Georgia Floyd get arrested. We saw this man post horrible photos of the Obamas online, right? All in an attempt, and then right after, no one was talking about Minnesota.
That's right.
He will make sure to stoke division and white grievance whenever he can. That is what all of these acronyms are about that he is so obsessed with. DEI, CRT, what have you. Right. It is about, can I distract and move folks with my own culture war for long enough that they don't see us shamelessly gaining illegitimate control and power every single day. And that's why we need to clean house. We've got to rewrite these rules from like the very top, because you can't say that you are for our people, our folks, when you're cutting $200 million from HBCUs, trying to talk about you're funding HBCUs.
Right.
Talking about that Black women love you. Meanwhile, you're cutting $40 million in maternal mortality. Right.
And that's having a real impact on Black women's lives.
Exactly.
Type, I want to come to you real quick too, because we also know this attack on DEI has had a real material impact on our lives, on our jobs, on, again, playing, this race baiting against each other. I want to give you the last word on this.
Yeah. And Karen, if I could just offer that, as much as we know that this administration has been leading with a very anti-racist, a racist. Anti-Black agenda, I also want to make sure, to Asosa's point, that we don't fall for the okie doke and get distracted. Like, we need to ensure that as we talk about the kitchen table issues, that we're addressing the issues of housing, which over half or nearly half of Americans are saying that it is unaffordable. So what are we doing about the kitchen table issues of housing, of healthcare, of wages and income, which again is disproportionately low for Black people? Also, what are we doing about food and groceries that continue to go up and is expected to continue to go up? So again, the policies, from tariffs to cuts to the social safety net to the increase in taxes that we will all bear in some way because of the tax cuts for the rich, like, those are the things that we need to hold electeds accountable for. And I want to make sure that as we're talking about our solutions, that we know at the end of the day, wages won't go up without worker power. Housing and all these other things will not get better without us building worker power, so they can negotiate, they can collectively bargain, they can hold their corporate employers accountable for their work schedules and all those things. So again, I just want to make sure, as we think and talk about power of the people, that we keep all of these core economic issues, from the wages to wealth, clearly in our sights, because there are solutions. And again, I'm excited to continue to work with all of you to advance those.
Well, thank you both so much for what you are doing. Thank you for joining us tonight on this sort of 1-year anniversary of State of the People. And we look forward to continuing this conversation, because again, this is about how do we continue to build Black political power, because that ultimately is the best way that we can fight back and get the leaders we deserve and the policies that we deserve. And so right now, though, as we're talking about what are the forces, what are the issues that are shaping the state of our people, the state of Black America right now, we're going to be joined by Brandon Wolf, who is from hey there, Brandon, who is from the Human Rights Campaign, and from Carolyn Jackson. And I'm so thrilled to have both of you, because this is, and I should mention, Carolyn, you are Public Policy Director at CASA. And so I want to talk briefly about, because there are a couple issues, and I feel like so many of these issues are interconnected. When we're talking about the economy, when we're talking about healthcare, and we're talking about consolidating power at the top and how that's being used against us. Let's start and talk very briefly about the chaos and the terrorism in our streets that we are seeing with ICE. Because we know that people of color and our most vulnerable populations, as people like to say, we are the ones being targeted. We are being racially profiled, and that is on top of other harms that are coming to within the Black community. And so, Carolyn, I'm going to start with you, and let's talk about that. And then, Brandon, I'm going to come to you on that, because I know HRC is also involved in this work.
Yeah. Karen, thank you so much for having me on. Please call me Kat. It's so great to be here and be in community with all of you all. You are absolutely right. ICE is invading our communities. ICE is terrorizing our people, murdering our people. They are locking people in cages. They are forcing families to just live in a constant state of terror. And it's not new. I think it's becoming more visible, and it's ramping up over the past year, but it is not new. And as Congresswoman Presley spoke about earlier today, right, like we've been working since Trump 1.0. We have been in the weeds, making sure since the existence of the agency, we have been working tirelessly to dismantle it, because that's what they've been doing to our communities. I love that we're talking about this today, because one of the things that we struggle with, when I say we, right, the country struggles with, is recognizing that immigration is a Black issue. Yes. Immigration is a Black issue. And I know the focus has always sort of centered around non-Afro-Latinos, but it's really, really important to know that our people, as you just described, we face this double jeopardy, right? Of being more likely to be pulled over, and then not only face the criminal consequences, but then face the immigration consequences, right? So our folks right now, in so many ways, are on the front line, are disproportionately impacted. We see the administration has canceled tons of different relief programs, temporary protected status, a number of different refugee statuses that allow people to have protection. Right. What does that mean for us? There's going to be a big increase in undocumented folks, specifically Black undocumented folks. The cancellation of TPS for Haiti. I could go on and on. We're in a state of crisis.
But I just wanted to add on to that I think it's important for people to remember, those are legal pathways. That means people are doing it when people say, well, I want the people who do it the right way, that is the right way, actually. And then, Brandon, the other piece I want to bring into this, because I'm so glad Kat brought this up, it also means this profiling. Our people, our communities are more criminalized, right? We're under investigation more. We're being surveilled more. And what that means in our communities, the fear and the anxiety, and also the race baiting. And the other place where we've seen, I know HRC is working on the immigration issue, so I'm going to make this a twofer for you, because the second piece of this we have to talk about is what's happening to the LGBTQ community, where it is also, again, all this pitting everybody against each other and saying those people, right, which is also part of this distraction that's meant to keep us from paying attention to the fact that he is gaslighting us. So I would love for you, Brandon, to kind of talk about the work you're doing at HRC on both of those fronts, because it's so important.
Yeah, well, first of all, I really appreciate what Kat said about immigration being a Black issue. It's important to name that immigration is also very much an LGBTQ plus issue, right? And what we've seen from this administration in particular is the targeting of LGBTQ plus asylum seekers in this country, people who have fled countries where they face violence and often even death because of their sexual orientation or gender identity, to come to a country that has said it would be welcoming to them. We've seen this administration target them, whether it's Andre Hernandez Romero, the gay makeup artist who was sent to CCOT in El Salvador because they didn't like his tattoo, or the two Iranian asylum seekers who the Trump administration is trying to send back to Iran, knowing that they will likely face imprisonment or death because of their sexual orientation. This administration has targeted LGBTQ plus immigrants, asylum seekers over and over again. So of course, we have to say that immigration is an all of us issue. Every single time the administration targets an immigrant population, it impacts all of us. And I appreciate that you're naming the impacts to LGBTQ plus people across the country more broadly, because this administration and the right wing broadly know very well how linked all of our liberation is. It's clear to them how linked we are because they come after us all at the very same time. And I think they do that for a couple of reasons. One, because the communities that they're targeting, Black folks, immigrants, brown folks, LGBTQ plus people, those are communities that historically they've been able to demonize and dehumanize, to distract the country, to use us as scapegoats to generate fear, so that they can claw power back into their grasps. But I also think they do it because historically, those are the very same communities that have met violence and oppression with joy and defiance that are not tameable. We are populations that cannot be controlled. And our vision of what's possible in this country shines so bright so often in the face of that hate that we actually dare other people to imagine a world that's better for them too. That is what they are most afraid of. And I think this moment calls for that defiant joy and contagious courage. And it is what is scaring Donald Trump and his enablers so much.
Brandon, I want to underscore that. And I love that you said that this our uncontained joy, they can't contain us. That right? Because let's be real clear, that's been a big part of what this has all been about. They've been trying to contain women, they've been trying to contain people that call anybody who's not like them. They want to contain us and keep us in a little box because we might just be too much of too much.
That's right.
I love that you named that. I love that you said that. Kat, let's talk real quick because I know we're going to have to go soon. I'm watching the clock here. I know there are real practical things that I know in my community we've been told in terms of like, if you see something happening, it's take your phone, record it, ask the person, who can I call for you? What other, we're talking about voting. We're talking about, and this I guess is for both of you, I should say, we're talking about building political power, Black political power. How can we build our political power in this moment to fight back against this hate and division and really just this terrorizing of our communities?
That's such a great question. So there's so many things that we can do, and we are doing all of the things. It is quite incredible. First and foremost, know your rights. If you have not taken a know your rights training, it does not matter what your immigration status is. You make sure that you sign up for one, whether it be at CASA or one of the many other organizations that are hosting Know Your Rights trainings, and you know what to do if you have an interaction with ICE. That is absolutely critical. Look online and sign up and do that today. There's also tons of actions that we can take. We are seeing this movement in Congress where folks in Congress are saying, not another dollar. Call your members of Congress and say, do not give ICE or CBP another cent, and help give them the courage that they need to keep fighting for us to shut this program down. Last thing that I want folks to do is make sure that you are getting involved in your local and your state advocacy campaigns. There are so many happening, and while we may not be seeing those wins on the federal level, they are happening locally. And I have to give a shout out to Maryland, who just banned 287G agreements, limiting law enforcement officers from being able to formally partner with ICE. I shout out to Maryland because I don't think it's a coincidence that Maryland has the largest Black caucus in the country, formerly led by Delegate Janelle Wilkins and now Delegate Scott Phillips. But the bill was also signed into law by our first Black governor of Maryland and only governor in the country, Governor Westmore. So shout out to them and their leadership. This is a community victory, but Maryland is not the only place where action is happening. So whether it's at your state level, your local level, your municipal level, if you can go to your city council, reach out. There are protections for immigrants at every level of government. We've got to just stay involved.
Thank you so much, Kat. Brandon, last word to you here. Underscoring, we're gonna make our joy. They can't contain us. But what else would HRC recommend? So we are protecting our brothers and sisters in the LGBTQ plus community, and that intersection where it comes into play with immigration.
Yeah, so I would say three things. First, let your joy be untamable. I think I've been sitting a lot with the Super Bowl halftime show and the way in which it had this contagious joy that sucked people in. And at the end with the flags waving and the football that says together we are America, like if you're not excited about that, then you look foolish, you look absurd. And that's the idea of our unbridled joy, right? Is that it's so contagious, you can't help but want to be a part of it. Let that light shine in this moment, and you will draw a very stark contrast with what is happening in the White House. Second, as Kat said, you have power wherever you live. You can go to hrc.org. We would love for you to get involved with us to plug in. Whether they believe it or not, whether they will admit it out loud or not, this administration is actually allergic to pushback, and they do falter just a bit when they come face to face with an immovable object. We've seen that whether it's in Minneapolis or somebody in an inflatable frog suit in Portland, every time they come up against an immovable object, they really do falter. And the final thing I would say is, we are going to build political power in November that we can turn into real power in the halls of Congress. HRC has identified 75 million people in this country who prioritize equality when they show up to vote for their candidates up and down the ballot. 15 million of those voters are Black. That is not just a blip on the radar. That's what shapes elections. We know that those voters are going to determine what happens in November. It's up to us to talk to them, to mobilize them, to text them, call them, drag them to the polls if you have to, because we have got to get ourselves some power if we're going to put a check on this out of control White House.
That's right. Amen. Thank you both so much. Thank you for the work that you're doing on the front lines for all of us. I'm so grateful. All right, y'all, we are going to round out this conversation with a look at the 2026 midterms. We've talked a little bit about some of the issues that are shaping this moment. Now we're going to be joined by Galinda Carr, who is president of Higher Heights. I don't know, probably president, CEO, blah, 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 lots of other titles, sister friend. Quentin James, who is the founder of the Collective PAC, also has lots of other fabulous titles and does lots of other important things. And I am so thrilled that we also are joined by Adrian Shropshire, who is the president of Black PAC. Y'all, these are three very important Black political organizations. If you don't know about them, you should write it down, look them up. All right, y'all. I'm going to start with you, Quentin, because as we're talking about 2026, here's one of the things I think we got to be thinking about. What is it going to take for candidates to really break through in our communities? Because we know, people, right? Like we hear the slogans, we hear the talking points, but I feel like people forget that our voters, yes, we're reliable, but you still got to come ask us for our vote. So what is it that candidates what would you recommend candidates be thinking about when they try to talk to Black voters this season?
It's a great question. It's so great to see you, Karen, and Glinda and Adrian as well. So I think it's both on the candidate, but also on the community. On the candidate side, we can't get distracted by the noise. I hear a lot of noise tonight from President Trump and his party. It's important to kind of, mention it, but bring the frame back to your why as a candidate and why you're running for whatever office will improve people's lives, right? So you got to have that message that can connect to people importantly. And to your point, you have to deliver it to our folks. We unfortunately know that these platforms now are not owned by our community, that Black media has been under attack. And so you've got to find creative ways, like State of the People, to bring your message to candidates. But lastly, I'll say on the community side, we also got to tune in. I know a lot of folks had a lot of strong feelings about 2024. But y'all, this is Black Spring. This is a moment where we could put Jasmine Crockett in the Senate. We can send Dr. Chris Jones to Congress. We can do so much with some of these primaries coming up on Tuesday. And so it's time to tune in, and it's time to kind of, get ready. And as the team says, if you stay ready, you don't got to get ready.
That's right. Amen to that. Adrian, one of the things that's so important about the work that you do with Black PAC is that real direct grassroots kind of conversations with voters. And, look, some of us are tired from 2024. And let me be very clear. We are not kicking back, waiting for the buildings to burn. I'm not saying that, so don't say I said it. What I'm saying is we've been doing this work. We continue the work. It may not look the same way that outside folks think it should, but I'm wondering, in the conversations that you're having, what do we say to people who are even questioning, does it matter? Does my vote matter? Did it, I'm not registered because, I have a family member who said, well, I don't so much do voting. What do you say to folks?
Well, I can tell you what we're hearing from people right now. So we've been doing focus groups across the country for the last few months. And I think that people are tired, not just from 2024, people are tired from last week, right? Like there is the way that people are feeling because they are continuously inundated by what is happening in this country, by this president, by his bigotry, by the violence. People are tired, but they also are really clear that this cannot continue. And they understand that their participation is necessary. Now, we're talking to people in these groups who didn't vote in 2024, right? We're talking to people in these groups who are tired of Democrats, right? They're leery of Democrats. We're talking to people who are occasional voters. They don't vote in every election. But what is consistent across these conversations is that folks understand a few things. One, they understand that we cannot continue in this way. They understand that their vote is a form of resistance, right? And they talk to each other through these groups. This is not just coming from a moderator, right? They're telling each other these things as they're in the groups. So that's not to say that there aren't folks who still are like, I don't know if I want to participate. And we also know you had on earlier talking about mis and disinformation. We know that people are being inundated, right, every day on their platforms with information that tells them don't vote, it doesn't matter. We need to have grace for people who are trying to figure it out. We cannot just write people off, but we need to help people understand what is happening. Quentin's question about candidates need to help people understand why they need to participate and what's in it for them, as the rest of us need to do as well. And people need to be having these conversations across their family group chats, in their places of worship, in every space that we can be having conversations with people who are questioning whether or not they get anything out of our democracy, and not shame them for not knowing.
I think that's such an important point, because, you know, this shame point, right? And having grace for people. So, Glenda, one of the things I think, and I started to ask you the question while you're taking a sip. Sorry, girl. You know, look, we're already seeing Trump is at record low numbers, and a lot can happen between now and election day. But I do worry sometimes that certain, you know, the Democratic Party in particular tends to think, oh, well, then if we just show up, I mean, people will just show up because he's down in the polls, instead of recognizing, and this kind of goes back to this question about candidates, you got to do the work. You got to break through. And obviously Higher Heights works particularly with women, Black women candidates. And so I'm curious what you're seeing right now in the women who are, and God bless, because anybody who puts their hand up right now and says, I'm going to run for office, you know, thank you, because, you know, it's tough. So I'm curious what you're seeing and hearing from the Black women who are running, and how they're feeling about, you know, how they're going to break through in these campaigns.
Don't mind my cough.
Okay.
I was able to get that cough off after she was done. I would say, coming off of 2024, I think all of us were concerned about what was next for our Black elected in leadership, for people who are interested in running for office. I certainly see that Black women in particular are running towards their leadership. Every day, I see Black women in the streets. I just came from my sorority conference. They're running for local office. They're running for state legislatures across this country. They're running towards the fire, right? Mm-hmm. And what they need, though, is for us to continue to have Black independent political power, the possibilities of Black elected leadership, the possibilities of funding our political power and our elected leaders. You know, what I love about this panel is these three organizations, Black PAC, Collective PAC, Higher Heights, were all founded around the same time, over a little over a decade ago, to help support and fuel Black candidates. So in this cycle, Black candidates recognize that they've got to knock on every door, make phone calls. They've got to make the case to Black people. But Black candidates are also running in districts and in communities and statewide, where they have to build a coalition of voters to support them. So we know that Black voters have been the architects of our democracy, particularly Black women. We are currently the defenders of this democracy, and we're going to be the rebuilders. And so 2024, as Quentin alluded to, is going to be a rebuild year for our candidates. There are some inspiring candidates running for office, and more importantly, we need to send back those Black candidates and those Black elected leaders who share our values, who are fighting to protect this democracy. But we can't do it without us. So find a candidate that you are inspired and want to send somewhere, state legislators, city councils, and write it. I guess no one writes checks anymore. Send a contribution. I do. I walk with a checkbook. Send a contribution, volunteer on a campaign, talk about the candidates on your social media, because we are being targeted by mis and disinformation. We are the truth tellers. We are the ones that can send elected leaders in coalition with voters to govern this country, to center our issues in our communities.
All right. So y'all, I'm gonna do a round robin here, and Quentin, I'll start with you. One of the things we were talking about earlier in the hour, and that I've been sort of interested to see kind of pop back up. Obviously, we have a racist president who is, it's not even dog whistles, y'all. I mean, it's, it's bullhorn, right? So many examples, but we're starting to see Black voters talk about racism as a fear of racism, both from an economic standpoint, from a personal safety standpoint, as a real issue. And I'm curious, are you hearing that or seeing that? And what other issues do you think are shaping what this midterm is going to be about? Obviously, the economy is a top one, but what other issues do we think are going to be top of mind as we go to the polls in really just a few minutes? And by the way, some people are already going to polls for special elections and for primaries.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a great question. And, you mentioned the economy. I think that's going to be, the number one issue is affordability right now. And not just things like, can I buy a house or can I go on vacation, but like, can I afford groceries? Can I afford medication? The basic necessities of people's lives. But I'm reminded of 2020 when Black activists were talking about law enforcement. And it got framed around the conversation around defund police. And that became, somewhat of a toxic kind of terminology because of how it was presented and how it was, utilized. But lo and behold, Democrats in Congress right now are holding out to defund ICE. And so I'm reminded that Black voters and Black people are most of the time proven right, even if it happens 2, 3, 4 years down the line. And so I think what we've seen from ICE and immigration will be another big issue. But it has been an issue for Black people for a long time. Law enforcement and how it interacts with our community. I think other folks are now seeing the dangers that we have been predicting for, again, a very long time.
That's a great point. Adrian, what other issues are you thinking going to really help shape this election and the conversations we have?
Yeah, I think that, obviously the question of the economy is a big one. We know this. I think that folks that are having to engage Black communities, though, will do themselves a disservice if that's all they talk about. So, Karen, to your point, we are hearing, as we're talking to folks around the country, that yes, racism is an issue. This has been true with Black voters since 2016, being concerned about the rise in racism and white supremacy, and the ways, obviously, that it shows up not just in this president's rhetoric, but in his policy. People are deeply concerned about healthcare. Obviously, premiums have gone up. People have been kicked off of Medicaid. People are concerned about education. People are watching what's happening with the Department of Education. They know what's happening, and they know what it means for Black children in schools and Black communities. People are concerned about ICE. Right. In the last segment, you talked about immigration being a Black issue. People are really clear, and to Quentin's point, that law enforcement is law enforcement in our communities. And when masked men start showing up and brutalizing people and shooting people in the face and in the back, that they know that means all of us all the time. So people are deeply anxious about these issues, enough so that obviously people who didn't vote in 2024 are now like, I get it, right? I didn't think it could be this bad. I now understand. So there's a whole range of issues that we are hearing people talk about, but there is an overarching issue that really is about racism and the way that it is showing up, not just in the Oval Office, but across the Republican Party.
And Glenda, to you, from your perspective, we're talking about a bunch of issues. We haven't talked about AI, which is another really economic issue that, by the way, is here. Some people are like, when is that happening? Oh, it's happening. We're talking about other kids. You just mentioned education. What about childcare? What about, is it that we're so focused on our basic needs right now because things are so dire that we're really having to prioritize? I mean, what are you seeing?
One of the things I've shared about Black women voters, because oftentimes you'll hear Black women vote Democrats, right? Like we are the backbone of the Democratic Party. I actually think sometimes that's an offensive line, because that then means you don't think I'm a sophisticated, informed voter. Black women are one of the most informed voter, even when someone's not knocking on our doors, right? We sit at the intersection of all the things we've just talked about, right? Black women want economically thriving, educated, healthy, and safe communities. And at the center of that, they recognize what connects that in an umbrella is that we're living in in a racially divisive and politically toxic times. And we haven't even talked about, Karen, and then you add in the increase in political violence. And all of the violence around women and Black communities in general. And so Black women uniquely in this moment are moving very intentional about where we're moving our dollars, how we're using our time, talent, and treasure. And that is going to translate in how we're going to interact in this political system in this 24 election cycle. It is not that we're not going to sit out. We're going to ask very hard questions. We've seen that, right, at town halls. At lobby days, Black women are not sitting this out. We're being very vocal and very intentional about not on one issue. We don't have the luxury to be a one issue voter.
That's right. Y'all, thank you so much for helping me close out this hour of the program. Adrian, Quentin, and Glenda, I love y'all so much. You do such important work. I'm going to say it again, Black PAC, Higher Heights, Collective PAC. Find out these organizations, because these are organizations that are supporting Black candidates and helping to build Black political power. And now I get to transition and hand the baton. So Jaime handed it to me, and I get to hand it off to my brother, my love, belated happy birthday, Dr. David Johns, the editor of the Black Papers. I mean, our audience doesn't even know what a treat they're in for, because, we've been saying there's gaslighting going on over at the Capitol, but here is where the truth is happening.
Period.
And I feel I'm so blessed to leave it in your hands, my brother.
I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for Jaime. And in particular, I want to say shout out to everyone who joined you. Shout out to all of my siblings for that intersectional conversation, for that engaging conversation, for that enriching conversation. Not only did y'all name a thing, beloved, but you also talked about, in Brandon's words, the importance of defiant joy. So we're going to continue that energy. We're going to pray for technology to continue to work in our favor. We're going to pray for the versus spirit of Babyface. We're going to rebuke the spirit of Teddy Riley. I want to say thank you to everyone behind the scenes as I accept the baton and we get right into it. Thank you, Karen. Enjoy the rest of your night, beloved. Greetings, siblings. I am your host for this segment, the Disruptor in Chief, the quarterback of the National Black Justice Collective, NBJC.org, and the Black Paper Editor in Chief, Dr. David J. Johns. If you are not Black, you are obligated to call me doctor as my personal form of reparation. It is an honor to be in community with you all for the next hour. Tonight, the 47th President of the United States stood before Congress and delivered the State of the Union address. He's doing it right now. And he's going to talk about strength. He's going to talk about safety. He'll talk about freedom. But what we know is that he will not talk about us. Not really, not honestly, not in the way that reflects how Black people, our families, our elders, our children are actually living right now. And that silence, that erasure, we know that that's not new. It is amongst the oldest American traditions. But what is new, what has always been our inheritance, is our refusal to suffer in silence. This segment exists in that tradition. Now, before we go on, I want to take a moment of personal privilege before we get into the thick of it to acknowledge the Reverend Jesse Jackson, a man who taught this country what it looks like to take your pain, your purpose, and your people, and to build something that lasts. Through the Rainbow Push Coalition, he built a table where Black people weren't guests, we were the architects. Through 2 historic presidential campaigns, he didn't just run for office, he ran to expand who this democracy was even willing to imagine. He ran to show the babies that they could, because they are somebody and somebodies. He ran to prove that Black people's policy demands deserve to be at the center of the national conversation, not just at the margins, and we all know that they do. And we carry his life and legacy forward on tonight. Bell Hooks reminded us that democracies must be defended by every generation and that education is its midwife. Shout out to the educators who do God's work. And Reverend Jackson showed us that institution building is how we make the defense structural, sustainable, and real. Tonight, we're doing both. We're educating and we're building. And I have the honor of being joined by 5 extraordinary scholar activists, authors of State of the People, Black Papers, a collection of policy works produced precisely for this moment, not for academics, but for our people, for our families, for our babies, the big ones too, which includes many of you. And you can find digitally published papers right now at stateoftheppl.com. And while you're on the site, be sure that you subscribe for alerts so that you're among the first to know when the book is dropped, because we are cooking over here. Now let's get into it. First, here's a video from our brother, Reverend Mark, who authored the Black paper titled From Capital to Commonwealth, the Historical Imperative and Contemporary Case for Washington, D.C. Statehood. Cue the video.
Came the location of the nation's capital through the Compromise of 1790, placing it between the slave states of Maryland and Virginia, and immortalized in Hamilton's The Room Where It Happens. By 1800, more than 8,000 people lived in the city, and about 25% of them were enslaved. The wages that should have compensated the enslaved workers instead enriched their owners, who leased their human property to the federal government. Tens of enslaved human beings operated within sight of the Capitol and the Executive Mansion, creating what Frederick Douglass described a city where slavery was its idol. When Congress passed the Organic Act of 1801, residents lost the congressional representation they had previously enjoyed as citizens of Maryland and Virginia. This loss of voting rights has lasted for more than 200 years, and after enslavement, includes the century in which Congress's Southern segregationists exercised absolute control over D.C. The Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his Southern Christian Leadership Conference representative in Washington, the Reverend Dr. Walter E. Fauntleroy, who would later become the district's first elected but non-voting congressional delegate, led a march for home rule in D.C. The very same evening, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was signed. While the Voting Rights Act extended democratic participation across the South, the residents of the nation's capital remained without. In 1966, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, led by James Foreman and future Mayor Marion Barry, launched the Free D.C. campaign. By 1990, D.C. voters elected Sharon Pratt as the first African-American woman mayor of a major U.S. city. Also elected was SNCC veteran Eleanor Holmes Norton to succeed Reverend Fauntleroy, still a non-voting delegate. And the voters established a shadow congressional delegation under the 1796 Tennessee Plan for admission. That delegation included the Reverend Jesse Jackson as U.S. Senator. In 1993, a summer of civil disobedience led by D.C. residents, including the arrests of Mayor Pratt and Reverend Senator Jackson, led to the first ever vote for D.C. statehood. The 2000 Supreme Court ruling in Adams v. Clinton confirmed that Congress alone has the full authority to grant statehood without a constitutional amendment. Congress must pass H.R. 51, the Washington, D.C. Admission Act, to create the new state of the Douglas Commonwealth. D.C.'s disenfranchisement is a wound from slavery that still festers. More than 700,000 American citizens, a population larger than 2 states, pay federal taxes and serve in the military, yet are denied voting representation by a Congress that controls every aspect of their local lives. D.C. statehood is what American democracy demands. No taxation without representation. Free D.C.
Free D.C. Y'all heard the man. My prayers that washes over you all. And if not, go to stateoftheppl.com and across all digital platforms to go back and absorb that message and share it. It's appropriate that Reverend Mark shared that with us on today because tomorrow is National Reparations Awareness Day. And as Dr. Marcus Anthony Hunter would say, reparations is a form of love that we can express to Black people that we are deserving of. For those who don't know, Dr. Marcus Anthony Hunter is also the first person on record to use the term Black Lives Matter, which was popularized via the movement by 3 of our siblings in the movement. All of that is appropriate to ground us as we have conversations with Black paper authors to connect policy to praxis, to really fill the gap between how all of what's going on affects our lives intimately and in ways that we too often don't discuss. Our first guest is a scholar, a cultural critic, and one of the most clear-eyed voices on democracy, politics, and Black power that I know. He's the author of a Black paper titled Foundational People Power, Embracing the Challenge to Reclaim Democracy. It is Dr. James Peterson. Welcome, brother.
Thank you so much for having me, Dr. Johns. I'm the lead author, Dr. Johns. I just want to be clear for our listeners and viewers that the Black Papers are an extraordinary collaborative effort to both provide a detailed and at times meticulous history of the issues at stake in this critical moment for our democracy, but also to provide action items, resources, community organizational efforts. It's an extraordinary. Kudos to you and all the editors. I just have the privilege of being a lead editor. And again, I worked on other papers. You worked on all of them, Dr. Johns, but this is like a real community collaborative effort on this project. And I can't wait for folks to get it into their hands.
No, most absolutely. Shout out to the more than 100 scholars who contributed to the more than 30 papers that we have published digitally and now are working on publishing with one of the world's renowned publishers. So let's connect the dot in the way that we aim to in our Black papers. Right now in this moment, if I didn't mention it, Congressman Al Green has walked out of the State of the Union address. Folks might remember last year he stood up in righteous defiance, and this year, as I understand it, he walked out with a sign that said Black Lives Matter. And he's doing this while the 47th president is standing before Congress speaking about American democracy as it is his to define, his to defend, his to give or take. And I want to start there because the Black paper that you worked on principally opens up something that I think a lot of people feel, but don't always have the historical grounding for. So let me put some data on the table before you go to work. Over 2,000 Black Americans held public office during Reconstruction at the local, state, and national levels. And yet, by 1965 in a state like Mississippi, only 6% of eligible Black adults were even registered to vote. Walk us through that arc. What does that history tell us about what democracy actually is, who it's designed to include, and what we are responsible for right now in this moment?
Yeah, in this particular selection in the Black papers, when we're writing about democracy, we are laser focused on the foundation of American democracy being about people power. And obviously for us, we're focused on Black people's power. And Dr. Johns, for anyone who watches, if you've ever wondered how states like South Carolina or Alabama or Mississippi or Louisiana, how they are considered red states, it's something that I think has been stuck in the collective craw of the folks who worked on these papers, which is we all have ancestral migratory trajectories that come from these states. If maybe you were born in Jersey, in Newark, New Jersey, like I was, or you were born in Philadelphia, like a lot of my friends here, or you were born in Chicago, you trace your ancestry back through the migration patterns of our Black folks who came up from the South. And a lot of our relatives are still there. I don't have to remind anyone listening here about the fact that Emmett Till, who's from Chicago, was visiting his relatives in Mississippi when he was kidnapped, tortured, and brutally murdered, right? And so that means that we have a good collective historical sense of what the demographics are, right? I don't have to tell anyone listening here about the freedom fights that have taken place historically in Mississippi. I don't have to tell anyone about the terroristic bombings in Alabama. I don't have to tell anyone about the birth of jazz in Louisiana. I don't have to tell anyone about what our history is and where and how it resides in the South. And in order for us to move from that Reconstruction moment, Dr. Johns, through something we don't talk enough about, which is the pendulum swinging backlash of redemption, the rise of the Ku Klux Klan, the screening of D.W. Griffith,
as we know them.
Yes. The screening of Birth of a Nation in the White House, all the things, right? We we know that there has been systemic forces at play that depress, repress, and otherwise erase Black electoral power across the South. As you know, there have been countless workers and organizers and activists. The Fannie Lou Hamer Army has been at work in the South for all of my lifetime and beyond, Dr. Johns. But the forces that they've been up against are simply extraordinary. And I've spent enough time in the South. I went to undergraduate and did some grad school in North Carolina. I love the state of South Carolina. I've spent a lot of time there. I've done research there. I've been to historical sites there. I have stood on the coastal islands with the Toni Morrison Society when they marked the bench where Ebo Landing is off the coast of South Carolina. I've spent a lot of time there, and there are a lot of Black folks there, Dr. Johns.
Yeah.
And the reality is this is not just about gerrymandering. This is not just about poll taxes and historical literacy tests and all the ways in which they try to disenfranchise our people. This is about the fact that Black folks in the South, in the city of Philadelphia, across this nation, are disenchanted with the electoral democratic project in this nation. We do not turn out and come out and walk and door knock and do the things that an engaged electorate would do in a system that actually spoke to our needs and to our challenges. And so part of what we're doing here is trying to galvanize a lot of that historical energy, trying to put into one place, into one project, into a series of programs. Again, I apologize for not being able to make any of the incredible stops on the 10 to 12 city tour that the State of the People were able to do. I did what I could when I could do it. You're right, brother. But being out in the community is important here, because every time we touch hands with our community in their communities, every time we say, hey, we're here to work with you, to build with you, to leverage our voices on your behalf, then we are expanding the Black electorate in this nation. Dr. Johns, I don't have to tell you this, but I want to say this. Democracies only move in one of two directions. Either they are becoming more inclusive and more small d democratic, more about the people, or they are not. Yeah. And what we've identified in this moment is that we are not moving in the right direction. And there are a lot of us, there are armies of us, there are intellectual scholars, organizers, activists, people on the ground, people banging their fists on their kitchen tables that are ready to mobilize in this moment to address the shameless antics that we see occurring right now at the State of the Union.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to say the thing that all Black people disregard when I say it, which is, please call me David. You knew me before the PhD.
So hold on. I did, but Dr. John, I'm going to tell you what our elders have told me. You know, listen, I talk to Black people. I talk to older Black people in Philadelphia every day, Dr. John, on WRD radio, right? And
everybody tuned in.
Yeah, yes, everybody tuned in. And when I first got this post, you know, I was like, hey, just I can just be James Peterson. And my family members have said this to me before. But when elders in the community check you, bro, you gotta recognize. Right. And I had elders check me and say, listen, young man, let me tell you something. When I was your age and younger, it wasn't people who looked like me and you who were going to Ivy League institutions like University of Pennsylvania to get PhDs. Your PhD is not about you. This is what they told me, Dr. Johns. Your PhD ain't about you, bro. It's about all the people whose shoulders you're standing on, all the people who sweated, who bled, and who died to open the doors for you to go get your pretty little Ivy League PhD. And so I don't have any argument for that.
I received that as an invitation for us to encourage anyone who has not considered getting a PhD. This is your invitation to consider it. It is possible.
That's right.
And I want you all to know that there are so many people who contributed to Black papers, not just those of us who are credentialed, but also activists who have experience to ensure that we are bridging the gap between policy and praxis. So let's stay in the space of the promises our ancestors claimed for us, because what you talked about is bridging the gap. It's not just historical. It's not just history. We're talking about what's happening now. So we have at present 538 electors. A majority of 270 is required to elect a president. Each state's electors are tied to a congressional delegation. And the Voting Rights Act, which some of our previous guests have spoken about, which has been stripped over previous presidential administrations has changed the reality of Black voter participation dramatically. Mississippi, the state you mentioned in your example, a response rather to the previous question, went from 6% Black voter participation to 59% by 1968. What happened after the Voting Rights Act is precisely what this paper that we're talking about calls us back to, right? But we also have to appreciate that this administration is doing the most to suppress, dilute, and sidestep democratic participation. What do you want most Black people watching tonight to understand about how this administration is impacting them now and what actions they should take tomorrow?
So I just want to take us a little bit further back to the Justice Roberts Court and the decision to remove pre-clearance from the Voting Rights Act. And and David, I don't want to get too technical here, but I just want to be sure, that sometimes, how like around the 4th of July, Black people all circulate the Frederick Douglass speech, "What to the slave is the 4th of July." Well, and you talked about me. That's right. That's right. I read it and I still want people to say it to me because I love that it gets circulated. There's also, in the same kind of discursive vein, folks will always circulate, hey, like the 1965 Voting Rights Act, it's not stable. It has to be revoted, it has to be renewed every time. And some people think that's conspiracy. Some people understand like, hey, it actually does have to be ratified and sustained. But here's the thing, and what's more important than I think that piece of it. When the Supreme Court removed preclearance, what they removed essentially was the oversight mechanism from the federal government that serves as an electoral watchdog for municipalities and counties and precincts that try to implement things under the radar that deter seniors, college students, Black folks, and poor folks, and sometimes women as well, from voting. There's a lot of different ways that they do it that may not be readily apparent all the time. It could be they're saying, hey, you have to have an ID. Not everybody can afford to have an ID. It could be that they're closing or diminishing souls to the polls at your precinct. It could be, Dr. Johns, that they close your neighborhood precinct and are making you go move and vote in some bigger place that you can't walk to anymore. You got to now drive to. They have a sophisticated set of tactics and strategies to depress the vote. Just to be clear here, folks, set aside the electoral assessment that Dr. Johns just provided. At this point in time, we don't really have a very representative Congress. And what I mean by that is we have a Congress that doesn't really represent the people. Some of that's from gerrymandering. A lot of that is from our political process encouraging people to check out for one reason or another, whether that's IDs, whether that's changing your polls, whether that's making you feel like your vote doesn't matter. It's so funny. Dr. Johns, I talk to people every day on a radio show who think their vote doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter if I present them with the evidence, say, hey, if you just look at the Commonwealth of PA, you look at the elections, not just the last election, the election before that, not just that election, the election before that. We're talking about in certain states, especially so-called swing states. I don't know if that language is even appropriate anymore, but so-called swing states, you're talking about a few thousand votes, 10,000 votes. You break that down, a couple hundred votes by precinct. You are sometimes a handful of votes by precinct. Yeah. Every vote matters. And they don't want you to vote. They want you to throw up your hands in exasperation. They want you to be disenchanted with the process. They want you to think that it doesn't matter. They want you to both sides everything. It doesn't matter if it's Trump. It doesn't matter if it's Biden. It doesn't matter if it's Trump. It doesn't matter if it's Kamala Harris. They want you to think that way. They indoctrinate you to think that way. And so people check out. And so if you can think about that on steroids, in alignment with the kind of violent white supremacist history of some of our southern states, then you can begin to sort of fathom what it is we're up against, Dr. Johns, when it comes to empowering and energizing the Black electorate in this nation.
I appreciate that. And I want us all to channel the energy of the babies, the brilliant babies at North Carolina A&T. Shout out to the Aggies who decided to walk after their polling place on campus was closed, as an illustration of exactly what you're describing. And I hope an acknowledgement that we should never abdicate our power. If our brother Terrence Woodbury of Hit Strategies were here, he would remind us that most Black voters you can determine voter participation by whether or not we believe that our vote matters. And so we're required to tell these stories, to have these conversations, to use the Black papers as an impetus, as a reminder for us to continue to push and resist so that we can all not just survive, but to thrive. Dr. Peterson, before we let you go, if someone's watching this tonight and they're feeling overwhelmed, they're feeling righteous rage in the key of Uncle Jimmy James Baldwin, and they're feeling like maybe their vote doesn't matter. They haven't been reminded about how their vote matters recently, or they're right in acknowledging that the system is working exactly as designed, which is not for their benefit. What's the one thing you want them to do before they go to sleep tonight?
Can I give a couple of things here? My God.
Sure, go for it.
Register to vote if you haven't registered to vote. Okay, that would be number one. Number two, join an organization that has a mission that's in alignment with your politics. Join an organization that has a mission that is in alignment with your politics. Here's the third piece, and I'll leave it at that. I can give you 30 of these, Dr. Johnson. I'll give you a third one here. Anybody who says to you that your vote doesn't matter is literally speaking propaganda to you. They are lying to you. There is no evidence that anyone who says your vote doesn't matter that is literally not, there's no evidence for it. It's not evidentiary. There is nothing that we have from not just the most recent election, not from just 2020, 2018, 2016. We have enough evidence, enough facts, and enough data to know that your vote matters. It does. Even if you just think about it in terms of the exit polling, how polling shapes ideas and shapes processes and policies, your vote matters. So register to vote. I know people are tired of me saying that. Register to vote. Register to vote. Join an organization that has a mission in alignment with your political values. And don't let anybody tell you, no one, anywhere, Black, white, purple, or otherwise, that your vote doesn't matter.
I love that. If we could pay for the fee, I'd cue Public Enemies, Don't Believe the Hype. From Night of the Living Bases, because that would be the cue on this. But we're going to let that rock. Doc Peterson, I appreciate you. I encourage everyone who has access to tune in to your radio show and be enlightened and empowered in this regard. And family, that's the work. That is the legacy of Reverend Jackson. That's what he was building toward. James Peterson, thank you. The Black paper that we anchored that conversation around is called Foundational People Power: Embracing the Challenge to Reclaim Democracy. And it is a part of the State of the People Black Papers Project that you can find now. So read it, share it, and teach it. Do all of the things with it to help us all get closer to freedom. Our next guest is an organizer, an attorney, and an anchor of the movement for Black immigration justice. She's also co-author, lead author to be most precise, of the Black paper titled Immigration Policies, Black Lives, A Call to Action, which was published by our partners with the Black Alliance for Just Immigration, ABAJI. Nana Jamfi, I'm so glad that you're here. Civilly welcome.
Thank you for having me. I'm so glad to be here as well. Glad to have worked on those papers. Thinking what the doc was saying, absolutely. It was a labor of love with the whole crew of folks, not just our ABAJI policy team, but the team with the Black papers, including yourself. So really appreciate all of the contribution and the hard work. It's a fabulous, I can't wait for this book. I cannot wait for the book.
How about that? We got it covered. Shout out to Karina, to Avani, to Caitlin, to the team behind the scenes. So Catherine said on an earlier segment with Karen Finney, immigration is a Black issue, and I want to bring that into our segment in this conversation, acknowledging that the 47th president of the United States is standing before the nation using immigration as a weapon, right? He's using it as a rallying cry, speaking about security, about borders, about protecting Americans. And I want to sit with that word in particular, Americans, because your Black paper reminds us that 5 million Black immigrants that we know of are in this country, which is 10% of the African-American population in the US. Who are the Americans that old boy is talking about, and who isn't included in that picture?
So the Americans that he's talking about are the white people, regardless of citizenship, okay? Which is clear. When we're looking at these invasions and what's happening, we know from the first Trump administration that there are over 100,000 white, Irish, undocumented people in this country. And we also know that come St. Patrick's Day this month coming up, that they are not going to be going to the St. Patrick's Day parade grabbing up on white people. We know they will not be going into the clubs and their bars as they're eating their rabbit stew, grabbing up on white people. Okay?
Tripping over themselves in the streets. You better tell the truth.
That's the reality, right? But they are at our carnivals. They are at our events in Brooklyn. They are in Miami, right? At our rah-rah band events. They are focusing on us. They are in Minnesota. Why? Because in their mind, Black people are forever foreign. And I think that's really important for us to understand. That when he says American citizens, he is not talking even about Black Americans. That in his mind, Black Americans are separate. And that's the notion of his regime. It's the notion of the Epstein class folks that support him. It's the notion of his minions, to the point that you have people, Republicans in office in Alabama, for example, that were putting forth a bill, luckily it did not pass, that would have made it such that people that were convicted of crimes in Alabama, state crimes, could be removed to third countries. Where have we heard that before, right? So they practice it on immigrants, especially and disproportionately Black immigrants, though that's not what the mainstream media shows, but they practice it on immigrants, particularly Black immigrants. But we need for folks to understand that the targets are the Black people, both citizen and immigrant, that this administration, this regime, as we call it, has decided does not need to be here. And that's the basis of our entire framework and lens in which we look at this, called Stop Taking Our People, or STOP for short. This is how we must see this, because Black folks are going to look up and they're going to be dragging folks to other countries and plantations and into these warehouses, and they're going to be confused because they're going to be thinking, I'm a citizen, what's happening?
Let's stay in this space and anchor this again in the Black paper, which documents things and gives us data to help ground some of this. Because we need to hear these numbers, I want to repeat them. This administration has dismantled temporary protective status in ways that specifically target Black migrants. Over 500,000 Haitians were affected, again, that we know of. I keep saying that as a statistician because that is likely an undercount. It is likely more if we actually had more accurate data. So 500,000 that we know of Haitians were affected when Haiti's TPS designation was shortened from February 2026 to August 2025, a deadline that has already passed. And we know that 213,000 Haitians had their legal status revoked through the CHNV humanitarian parole program. For people watching who may not know what TPS, CHVN, who get lost in the alphabet soup of it all, what does losing that protection actually mean for individuals, families, and communities? And what should Black folks who don't feel a tangible connection to Haiti or the diaspora, why should they care?
So when we're looking at temporary protective status and even the humanitarian programs, these are programs that have been set up because the people from those countries who are now in this country, they have come in various ways, right? That have come into this country, that may have come in with a tourist visa, may have come in as a student, come in various ways, are unable to go back to their countries because their countries are in such dire straits. And we know what the situation is in Haiti. We know the political situation. We know the situation in violence. We know the situation in climate. And we know how the United States has...
For those who don't, I want to spend just a little bit of time here. What's going on? Actually, there's a part of this administration strategy is chaos and confusion, disinformation, misinformation. So let's not assume that people actually know. Talk to the class like you're talking to my kindergartners. What's going on in Haiti to help put context to this?
Absolutely. So we know that Haiti is the first Black country that freed itself. And that since that time, that the United States, that France, that Canada, and other countries of the West have been terrified, have been traumatized, and have been determined to keep the Haitian people in a condition of confusion and chaos. That includes the United States occupying Haiti for almost 100 years, right? Yeah. When you think Haiti has had many people that have run the country, that have been put in there by the United States. And when it's come together to have an elected leader, such as the President Aristide, the United States came in, see if this sounds familiar. The Marines showed up at his house with him and his wife and his children, grabbed them, threw them on a plane, and sent them to the Central African Republic.
Sounds like Venezuela.
A country they'd never been to before, okay? And because of Congresswoman Waters and others, they were able to at least get them to safety in South Africa. But there's been a constant and consistent attack on the political structure of Haiti, to the point that Haiti at this point has no government. Not because the people don't want a government. They have protested in the streets for years now, looking for a government. They have advocated for a government. They've been to every international body, but it's the US, it is France, it is Canada that keeps getting in the way of allowing the people who liberated themselves to continue in that journey of liberation. When you look at the economic crisis in Haiti, this is a crisis, again, caused by the United States, as it has in so many other Black countries that you have people coming here for, where the United States goes in, takes the resources. You would think Haiti had nothing. Haiti has so much. Takes the resources, the bauxite, all of the minerals, tells you, hey, you can't raise these animals. You can't raise these crops. You've got to get them from the United States. Otherwise, we'll bring the hammer on you. Look at what's happening in Cuba, right? And so countries bend the knee economically, because what else can they do? And then socially, what has happened socially? The ways in which, whether it be the Christian evangelical right, nationalist Christian evangelicals, and others have gone into Haiti really trying to attack the Haitian people based on a million stereotypes that end up with people saying that Haitians are eating the cats and the dogs, right? So all of that is what Haiti has gone through. And then you have the earthquake of 2010, that devastating earthquake that killed massive numbers of people. And because the infrastructure has been so weakened, has made it so that there's so many areas that have not still been built up today. It's so dangerous in Haiti in terms of the violence. And again, just like in our communities here in the United States, we're not making the guns, and Haitians aren't either, right? So where are these weapons coming from? How are this supply happening, right? In a country that is in the economic crisis that I've described. So much violence that there's been a long time period where the United States was not even allowing planes from these companies with planes in this country to even go into Haiti. FedEx was not going into Haiti. This is how violent the situation was. But you know what planes were going into Haiti? Deportation planes. Deportation planes taking Black people back into the country, often against their will, clearly against the law, where people then land and were kidnapped and held ransom. And the United States knew this was happening and allowing this to happen and continuing to have deportation planes to this day. This is the situation in Haiti.
And some might also add to that and profit from all of those operations too. So let's continue to walk across this bridge, because your Black paper also documents the detention infrastructure built up around all of this. The Senate has allocated $45 billion for immigration detention centers, a 265% increase to ICE's annual detention budget. Some folks know that Alligator Alcatraz cost over $360 million to build and has projected annual operating cost of over $450 million to house approximately 300 people. This in a state where some folks can't even get housing insurance because of what's going on with regard to climate justice and climate changes. The previous segment, I believe Kat also mentioned the 287G agreements, which allow local law enforcement to act as ICE agents, which have quadrupled since January 2025, so a month and a year ago, with more than over 1,000 active agreements nationwide, not in Maryland. Shout out to the folks who've been doing that work. So more than 75% of Black immigrants who are deported had contact with law enforcement, compared to 54% of folks overall. We know that this gap is not accidental. What should we all take from what we are experiencing with ICE immigration enforcement right now, and what should we do tomorrow?
So we should take from it that this is a way that this regime is expanding the police state. And we know that when the police state is being expanded, when mass incarceration is being expanded, when the violations that we see happening, the assaults, the violations of rights, both civil rights, constitutional rights, and human rights are allowed to run rampant, that all of that is going to be used against us all, but particularly against Black folks. So connecting with TPS, Haitian TPS actually got extended by the court to February 3rd. And then there was another extension. So everyone's in limbo as the court decides how it falls. They are now, the regime is buying up warehouses. They are building more detention centers than ever, because how many people, Dr. Johns? 500,000. They got a lot of people. They got a lot of people that they are trying to figure out where they're going to house these people and or hold these people, cage these people. And they make money off of this. This is all for profit, right? And where does that money come from? That money is coming from healthcare. That money is coming from SNAP. That money is coming from Medicaid. That money is coming from education. That money is coming for student loans. That money is coming from FEMA, which helps it's supposed to be helping Black folks, but it's people in St. Louis still trying to figure out where that money's coming from the tornadoes that ripped through there.
Trying to get water. Yep. Mm-hmm.
That money is coming from all of the things that impact Black people directly. So if you are Black American, or if you, because of you're multi-generational African American, or if you're Black American because you're like me, you were born in the United States and you have Ghanaian roots, and if you are thinking to yourself, this is not going to include me, I'm not going to get caught up, you are being robbed right now. They are robbing you, taking that money and using that money against you right now. So the impact has already been felt. The 600,000 Black people that have lost their jobs, majority of them Black women, that money is now that Doge went in and eliminated all these jobs. That money is going towards the building of a taxpayer-funded domestic military force that is going to be controlled by this regime that already is practicing going door to door and knocking those doors in. We know what it is. We better know what it is, and we need to fight against it.
Period. As our dear sister Angela Teresa Rye would say, we need to work woke. And I'm thankful for you and the brilliant team at BAJI, the Black Alliance for Just Immigration, for doing irreplaceable work. The Black paper that we reference is Black Immigration Policies, Black Lives, a Call to Action. Find it, read it, and then ask yourself, what am I doing for the 5 million? Nana, thank you. I appreciate you, and I look forward to working with you in the trenches.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Great.
Of course. Thank you. Before we invite in our final guest for this segment, I want to tap our colleague, Carla McCanders from the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, to bridge the gap between immigration, military service, and democracy. Roll the tape.
Hi, my name is Carla McCanders. I'm honored to share my State of the People paper, Citizenship Denied, From Dred Scott to Deportation. This topic matters now because we are once again seeing efforts to narrow who belongs in the United States and who is entitled to full protection under the law. Citizenship and immigration laws have always been used to define membership, and historically, those tools have been shaped by anti-Black racism. What we're seeing today is not new, it's a continuation. One powerful example comes from immigration enforcement itself. Black immigrants make up just 5.6% of the undocumented population in the United States, yet they account for more than 10% of people in deportation proceedings. And in 2022, 82% of people deported were from majority Black countries, compared to 58% of deportees overall. These disparities are not accidental. They reveal how racial profiling, over-policing, and the criminal legal system funnel Black immigrants into deportation at disproportionate rates. Another example lies in the law itself. Courts have long relied on a doctrine called immigration exceptionalism, which allows the courts to defer to the executive branch on immigration issues and has resulted in the sidestepping of basic constitutional protections like due process and equal protection in immigration cases. The result is a system where Black migrants and even Black citizens experience a form of second-class membership, despite the clear promise of the 14th Amendment. But this paper is not all about critique. It's about a vision. A multiracial democracy requires that the dignity and rights of Black people are protected regardless of their citizenship or immigration status. Ending immigration exceptionalism and dismantling the prison to deportation pipeline are essential steps towards that future. Citizenship should never be conditioned on race. When we confront this history honestly, we move closer to a democracy that lives up to its constitutional promises. Thank you.
No, we thank you, Carla, and our colleagues at the Legal Defense Fund for the work you do every day to defend and expand democracy, to get all of us and our beautiful diversity closer to freedom. I encourage you to read the many papers that we have on policing, community safety, and justice. Our final guest for this segment is a veteran, a public servant, a leader in the fight for military equity and justice for Black service members. He's also my brother, my friend. He is a co-author of the Black paper titled Beyond the Battlefield, Black Military Service and the Fight for Democracy, produced by the Black Veterans Project and their Military Equity and Readiness Consortium. Richard Brookshire, welcome, brother.
Hi, I'm so happy to be here.
We are
excited
so
for the
happy.
conversation.
Look, see, I'm excited. I'm stepping all over you.
We're stepping on each other. It's one of those
Listen,
days.
excited because there's so much going on. And what I know is that I want everyone who loves Black people, who is rooting for Black people in the key at Issa Rae to have everything that's included in the Black Paper Project. So I'm thankful for the labor that you and the team invested and for the opportunity to share or to shine a light on that work in this moment right now. So let's jump into it, acknowledging that the 47th president is using the military as a backdrop, literally in this moment. He's using the military as a symbol of strength, as proof of American greatness. And you and I both know that we're talking about an institution that nearly 3 million Black people that we know of are a part of right now as service members, veterans, and defense personnel. I want to say thank you, another personal point of privilege, to every male member of my family. Nearly all of us have served our country in some form or another, me working for President Barack Hussein Obama. But in spite of this reality, the State of the Union for those 3 million does not match the story that he's telling in terms of their lived reality. So let's speak full truth to power. Who did he leave out, and what should we all know about it?
I mean, I'll start one by talking about my mother. So my mother is a Haitian immigrant who served in the Army when she migrated over in the early 80s. This is how she met my father, who's a Midwestern white MAGA Trump supporter. Unfortunately, many of us have, some of us have to deal with that in our families, unfortunately. But my mom, I mean, she's been an American citizen for well over 30 years. And she, most recently, because of everything that was happening with immigration, was so fearful that she started to go about the process of establishing residency in other countries, because she doesn't know someone who served this country, who's been in this country, loyal to this country, giving all birthing children in this country, doesn't know if this country will remain loyal to her. And so I think that's just a starting point. But then second, I think, when we think about the evolution of civil rights in this country, much of the movement's first victories were in the military, in and around the system of the military. During World War II, organizing to ensure that Black laborers were included in the military, the rising military industrial complex that was driving that war, and also materialized after that conflict, was really necessary for the beginning of the building of the American middle class. Even though they were largely locked out of the GI Bill, Black veterans who went on to serve and then came back, and the ways that established like economic inequality in this country. So, I mean, the military has often served as a backdrop, often relying on Black folks from all different backgrounds, but specifically poor Black folks from the inner city, to go and serve at disproportionate rates, die at disproportionate rates. The rising cost of our military, I mean, almost $1 trillion budget, means that we have less social programs, right? And this dangled carrot that often generation after generation is promised to be able to get access to housing and health care and education benefits and disability compensation and all the things that the military promises you if you serve, and if you're harmed, if you're served. We know that Black folks don't get equitable access to that. And so we're robbed on two fronts often. One, because they're robbing our communities of resources, robbing our youth of their youth by siphoning them off disproportionately into these military conflicts. And then second, then not giving them equitable access to the myriad of benefits that white veterans often leverage to ascend to the middle class and sustain wealth generating opportunity for them and their families.
In the key of reparations, a couple of things. One, thank you and your mother and those you are connected to for your service. I appreciate you extending the theme of duality. We were handed the baton from Karen, and she and her guest talked a lot about duality and double consciousness. You evoked the spirit of double V, the victory, both home and abroad. And I just want to drill down on that for a second, because your Black paper reaches back to the Civil War, which you just referenced. So over 200,000 Black soldiers fought in the segregated Union Army, making up nearly 10% of its forces. They fought for a country that was still debating at the time whether or not we were fully human, a tradition of sacrifice that is almost impossible to reckon with fully. Read the paper for more. Fast forward to World War II, historians estimate that families of Black World War II veterans lost approximately $80,000 in wealth-generating opportunities because of illegal discrimination. As you referenced, blocked from the GI Bill in practice, blocked from buying homes, from being able to access resources to pursue post-secondary learning opportunities. All of those things were by design. We were denied access to things built by the federal government. So that number, $80,000 per family, what does that mean for Black wealth today?
Yeah, so Black veteran families, white veteran families, rather, have 32 times the wealth of Black veteran families. So that is, astounding.
I want to make sure that you say that again so people don't think that that was AI or glitch or something.
Yeah, white veteran families hold 32 times the wealth of Black veteran families. They fought in the same wars, often don't get the access to the same kinds of resources when they return, and generationally that has compounded itself. Our estimations is that at least $100 billion has been siphoned out of the Black community through varying forms of benefit obstruction since World War II to the present day. And then now you have a climate of the military, right? Our forefathers understood the military as a multiracial military as a necessity for the maintenance of a multiracial democracy, and the fact that we needed to have equal representation and be reflected in that institution to hopefully influence the way in which it was deployed. Whether that's been a success that's a whole other conversation. But I still believe that the representation is deeply important, and I don't want to cede the military to white supremacists. But right now, that's happening, right? All of the policies that are being propagated by this particular administration, this particular regime, by Hegseth himself, everything from the reconstitution of Confederate namesakes to the dismantling of affirmative action at the military academies, to the dismantling of equal opportunity provisions, and then the list can go on, to the institution of shaving mandates that will all collectively create a hostile climate for Black folks to serve in, to ascend in, to be able to continue to thrive and contribute their talents toward the safety of our country. And all of that is intentional.
Yeah, I appreciate you and Sharon underscoring what, I hope I got that right. Correct me in real time when you see me if I didn't. What Brian Stevenson reminds us, that systems work exactly as designed. And that 100 billion number has me playing Better Have My Money in the key of my fellow Pisces in my ear. Jesus. So let's bridge the gap or walk across the bridge using what my fraternity brother, shout out to the Noops, Hakeem Jeffrey said in anticipation of the State of the Union, which is that you don't cede home base. And I want to acknowledge that today, Black Americans are 17% of active duty military personnel. So we exceed the proportion that we exist in the population in terms of our representation in the military. Black women are now enlisting at rates higher than any other demographic group, representing nearly 30% of all women in the military, which is an extraordinary commitment. I'm using that word intentionally, extraordinary commitment in spite of the double consciousness and the double V of it all. And yet Black veterans experience unique unemployment rates at least 2.5% higher than white veterans after service. So they come home, they did what was asked, and the country doesn't meet them. The question you asked about, will America be loyal, is gonna stay with me. How are this administration's policies impacting Black military personnel, veterans, and our country? And what should we be doing about it right now?
I mean, there's multiple things are happening, man. I think when you talk about the military itself, they're creating a hostile climate for Black folks to serve in. I mean, and they're wanting to make sure that white supremacy remains supreme within that specific institution. By way of, for Black veterans, much of what's happening at the VA, I mean, they're using the auspices of race, and they've deconstructed equity offices and dismantled diversity, equity, inclusion. But all of that is a massive distraction for the desire to privatize the system, which is the nation's largest public healthcare infrastructure. So there's deep implications when you think about like health policy and what this country could be capable of if it made the kind of requisite investment that so many would want to see. And so, yeah, I think it's multifaceted, but so much of what this administration is doing is meant to distract us, destroy our will to fight, and we have to make sure that we don't allow ourselves to be distracted and that we have our eye on the prize, that we keep ourselves engaged.
I appreciate that and encourage all the members of the class, those who know it's all about teaching the babies to use the eyes on the prize as a resource. In addition to the Black papers, as we continue this democracy, defense, and expansion work. Richard, let's end somewhere a little bit more personal for a moment to that point, because I keep coming back in my thoughts and my ruminations to the babies, to the children of Black service members and veterans who are watching, witnessing their parents be praised in speeches and then abandoned in policy and practice, who are growing up in a country that will ask them to one day, practically soon, thinking about us being on the brink of another war. They will be asked the question, will you serve? What do we tell them? What are we building so that when the time comes, the answer is different than it was for their grandparents, for our grandparents, and our great-grandparents?
Yeah, I oscillate with this question. Some days I'm like, I wouldn't recommend anybody go and enlist in this particular moment. But at the same time, I think about the fact that we have an obligation. One, this country belongs to us, and preserving its institutions is our responsibility. I think two, we cannot cede our nation's military to white supremacists. Like the national security implications, the implications for our own security are just manifold. And so I don't believe that this idea that we should divest completely from the apparatus of the military, but I think we have an obligation to ensure that the kids coming up that may be recruited, hopefully they're recruited and we don't have a draft that gets employed in this country because of the kinds of nefarious policies around invasions and starting unnecessary military conflict that this particular president is propagating. But that always stands as a risk, right? But that they are equipped with information, that they understand what their opportunities are, they understand how to take advantage of the benefits after the fact, that equity is reinstilled as a core value within all of our institutions. That work will have to be done and repaired for in the years ahead, and that they can determine, I believe, the trajectory of this country and also the use of its military, which has had a long, storied, bloody, and unfortunate history given the history of this country. It's rooted in a settler colonialism, slavery, empire, and a whole host of issues. But we have an obligation to take control of these systems and use them toward good, or at the very least dismantle the military-industrial complex that really is, I think, destroying the country from within.
I want to let that last statement breathe. spoken from a service member. I want to honor the reminder to teach the babies that this country belongs to us, to those whose ancestors built it for free. And I want to remind everyone that the Black paper we're referencing is titled Beyond the Battlefield, Black Military Service and the Fight for Democracy. It is a part of the State of the People Black Papers Project. Richard, I thank you and the team for your service and for all of this. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have just heard from 5 extraordinary scholars and organizers, Dr. James Peterson on democracy and people power, Nana Jamafi on Black immigrant lives and the infrastructure of cruelty being built in our name, Richard Brookshire on Black military service and the debt this country owes and refuses to pay us, and Reverend Mark and Carla McCanders joined us to present their papers virtually. That's 3 conversations in real time, 2 videos, 5 Black papers, 1 truth threading throughout all of them. That this country has always asked Black people to sacrifice without reciprocation, to be counted when it's convenient and erased when it's not, to die for democracy abroad and be denied it at home, to build wealth for others and watch that wealth be legally stripped away. And still, and this is the miracle, the inheritance, the resilience, the joy, we are here. But I want to name something before I let you go in the key of Frankie Beverly. I want to remind us that we have the power. We have always possessed the tools to both build and dismantle the house and the systems required for all of us to get closer to freedom. Shout out to Audre Lorde for that lesson. Bell Hooks wrote that democracies must be defended by every generation, and education is its midway. Reverend Jackson showed us that you defend democracy by building institutions strong enough to hold the next generation when political weathers turn blizzardly cold. That's what State of the People is. That's what our Black papers are. And that's what this segment was designed to be. The State of the People Black papers are available right now at stateoftheppl.com. Read them, share them, test them, critique them, and ensure that you are subscribed to our list so that you will be among the first to know when the Black papers will be published this fall. Tied to this work, find your political home, organize in it, show up in it in love, consider NBJC, and hold power accountable. And talk to your people, especially the young ones, about what's happening and why it matters to them and what they can do. I thank you all for being here, and I'm delighted to pass the baton to my twin, Angela T. Rye.
Thank you so much, David Jermaine John.
Yeah, I wanted to say Teresa, but here we go, Angela Teresa Rye. Go ahead.
David Jermaine Johns, thank you so much for hosting this evening for your grand closing that's still in the middle of the program. As you all know, Donald J. not Jermaine Trump is actually still speaking right now on the House floor. And what I want to try to do before we get into a critique of what he said, mostly lies, is just to be thankful for what we've built over the course of the last year. Can you not hear me, David?
I can't. I was just talking about the lies of the kid candy. Keep going.
Okay. I was like, is he telling me I'm on mute? Okay. What I want to just deepen into is what we built over the last year. For many of you all who joined us for Donald Trump's Freudian slip joint address to Congress last year, you know that we came together as a people for State of the People. That was our very first gathering. Before we gathered in person, we gathered together virtually for 24 hours talking about all of the many things that this administration promised to do that would cause us harm, that many of us told you about leading up to the November 2024 elections. And then, of course, the things that we didn't know would happen, and that we didn't know would happen so quickly. And so in the face of fear, in the face of terror, in the face of so much happening against our communities, we came together. And what I was thinking about, DJ, as I got ready to come to be with you tonight virtually, and then of course the other people who will join us, is there's a scripture in the Bible that says, do not forsake the assembling of yourselves together. And it is there where our power lies. If we could set aside wounded ego, if we could set aside the things that say, pick me, I'm here, go, let me be the one in front, we will actually be able to strike a mighty blow. That's what Mary McLeod Bethune told us. So I thank you for the mighty blow you have thrown through Black Papers, through your intense editing work for gathering 100 of the nation's greatest Black, brilliant, and excellent minds in the shaping of these papers that will be volume 1. I cannot wait to send you my blurb. I know my homework is late, but thank you so much for hosting tonight, DJ, for all you do for our people, seen and unseen. Thank you very much.
My duty and my honor. I love you.
I love you, brother. Okay, everyone. Well, on that point, what I wanted to just deepen into for a moment is how important it is for us to come together. We are in incredibly harrowing times in this country. You are seeing some of that take place on the House floor as Donald Trump speaks to the emptiest chamber I've ever seen. But some people still decided to show up, and they used the platform they created for themselves in the space shared with someone who is sounding more and more like an authoritarian leader every single day. You saw Congressman Al Green. If you all are watching at all, my screen just went blank. Hopefully you all can still see me and hear me clearly. Congressman Al Green today carried a sign that said, Black people are not apes, referring to, of course, the post on Truth Social that Donald Trump recently put up, having Barack and Michelle Obama look like apes. Of course, Congressman Al Green was escorted out the chamber. There was another disruption tonight. I would say good trouble, Congressman John Lewis style, where you saw, if you're watching, I'm only watching so I can tell y'all what's going on. Ilhan Omar, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, representing Minnesota, the Minneapolis area that has been stricken by ICE overreach, quite frankly. And Rashida Tlaib, the Congresswoman representing the Detroit area in Michigan, responding to some of the hate-filled claims he made about the immigrant community throughout this country, telling him he ought to be ashamed. And my favorite thing is when Rashida Tlaib heard them chanting USA, USA, she was responding KKK, KKK. So on that, okay, we are going to keep going with this program, critiquing some of what we've heard, most of Donald Trump's policies, and what the people need to see. This is the Black people's response to the State of the Union, and we plan to give it to you live. So with our response, let me bring up the president of the nation's oldest and largest civil rights organization. He is my good brother and friend, Derek Johnson. The most important news in this Black History Month, it's the 100th anniversary. Please bring him up. We playing, y'all know what that is, but hide and seek. Here we go. Here's Derek.
Here we go.
There we go. I want to make sure that we talk about the history that is most important this week. It is actually not the State of the Union. It is the fact that it is NAACP Image Awards Week. D, you are celebrating Black excellence when they're saying DEI, we didn't earn it, but we know we did. Some of the most amazing Black folks in this country will be earning NAACP Image Awards. So can you talk about the importance of Black excellence in the face of fascism?
Good. Thank you, Angela, for creating this platform. I think it's really important in this moment that we lean into our platforms, because as other communities are seeking to erase us, we have to be more affirmative around seeing one another. And that's why our theme this year is we see you, despite what other people are seeking to do. But the parallels between what's taking place now, what has taken place in history, is also important. That in the founding of the NAACP in 1909, it was about people being targeted because of their identities. And those founders, many of whom may not look like you or I, were not considered white in 1909. They were not doing charity work. They recognized that the attacks on the Black communities will be attacks on immigrants, on Irish Catholics, on the Jewish community, on all of the unique identities that in 1909 that was not considered white. The second campaign we took on was the release of The Birth of a Nation. Why is that important? Because how we are seen on screen is how we're treated in public policy. It's how we're treated in the streets. Now, this is what's really important here. This is a parallel. Birth of a Nation gets released. The Klan is reorganized as a result of seeing that picture. It is reorganized by using a local law enforcement entity in the state of Indiana called the Horse Brigade. It wasn't being used as much, but that became the impetus, the strategy of the Klan to not only spread across Indiana, but across the country, because they use law enforcement agencies to populate their memberships and hold in place white supremacist dogma. That all happened because of the release of a movie. The Image Award, the Image Awards was created 57 years ago because in the entertainment industry, we began to recognize, wait a minute, they are typecasting us, stereotyping us based on these movies and shows that's been put out there. So we need to celebrate who we are and acknowledge that all of these negative stereotypes should not be promoted, only the things that project us in the right image. Here we are, 2026. They're not using the Horse Brigade anymore. They're using ICE as the law enforcement vehicle. And just like the Horse Brigade, they're allowing people to join the ranks of ICE without proper background checks, without the necessary trainings. The whistleblower just told us that many of the officers have no concept of the legal guardrails they should be operating from. And so that's the parallel right now. So as we promote the Image Awards this year to highlight who we are, the best of our contributions, how dynamic we are, how diverse we are, don't give a damn what anybody else say. That's the strength of our voice in the midst of this political climate where we have to fight hard as hell to push back, not only in a cultural sense, but also in November for this election.
One thing that I think is so important about what you're saying, Dee, is, for those who would criticize why the NAACP would be involved with entertainment at all, right? You're essentially saying this is a place where we see ourselves reflected, and if we don't own those narratives, it becomes very dangerous, very violent. We saw that, of course, recently with Donald Trump putting the heads of Barack and Michelle Obama on apes. The reason why Congressman Green had his sign up today. I want to bring in our good sister, Brittany Packnett Cunningham, who has also does yeoman's work, one, on constructing narratives and making sure that she gets us together and fact checked regularly on social media and in lots of other platforms, including her incredible podcast. Britt, thank you for joining us. She's on mute still, so I want to make sure if she is muted by the team that she's off. Okay, she's off.
Hey, fam.
So I want to know from you all, we're just on the other side of the passing of Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson Sr. And one of the things we know of Derek's fraternity brother is he was an incredible diplomat, someone who worked overtime to find the commonality in us all. On this evening, Donald Trump is taking this opportunity to sow additional seeds of discord, driving a broader wedge between the haves and the have-nots. Somebody on the staff get Derek a cough drop. My God. The haves and the have-nots, driving a bigger wedge between the rich and the poor. He cannot be coughing Image Awards week, y'all. And then also, frankly, green cards and passports. And so I would like to know, if in the spirit of Reverend Jackson, what are some of the things that you would suggest to members of Congress, to constituents who are watching at home, how to steer clear of this type of divisive language, rhetoric, and action when the commander-in-chief is doubling down in the BS?
I mean, these are the questions that need asking. And frankly, State of the People is an answer. Everybody who decided to be on this broadcast tonight, to tune in, to share with their family, and make sure that we are controlling our own narratives instead of paying attention to the nonsense that's happening on Capitol Hill, made the right choice. I did an Instagram live earlier today with Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, who I know is obviously a part of the State of the People family and has spoken with us many times. And she decided to boycott this speech, right? Mm-hmm. She used the power of her platform to say, I'm actually going to dignify this ridiculousness with my presence, and instead I'm going to use my platform to call attention to children who have been being detained by ICE, denied medical care, and separated from their families, and continuously traumatized all over this country. So creating our own narratives, driving them, and making sure that we stop lending people our credibility who don't deserve it is absolutely what we need to be doing. That's why State of the People TV exists. That's why everybody who's logged in and watching right now is making a powerful choice. when we talk about autocrats and authoritarians, these are people who are ego obsessed. So the first thing he's going to do when he gets off of that stage and from behind the dais is to ask how many people were watching. And the fact that he had to look out in the chamber and see empty seats is eating him up right now inside. So we have to know that as his ego gets attacked, as he sees that those numbers got lower and lower inside the chamber, on television, online, we have to know he's going to get more divisive. He's going to get more ridiculous. He's going to step up that kind of chaos because he wants to punish us for not bending the knee to him. We have to be willing to resist, to not cooperate, and to keep supporting and engaging in the alternate spaces that we are building with each other. Tell our stories, talk to one another, and build our own strategies. That's what Reverend Jackson did so well. That's what State of the People is doing in his legacy. And that's what all of us need to be about.
Yes, absolutely. Derek, I want you to respond to how we collectively respond to how Donald Trump shows up, how he's showing up at this State of the Union. Not that it's any different than normal, to Britt's point, but if we are to change the outcome of this country, I think somebody's going to have to force a pivot. And so I'm relying on the nation's oldest and largest to lead the way.
You know, our number one focus organizationally is November election. We started last year there. Everything we do is targeted in that direction. When you have Congress and the Supreme Court giving a license for the stuff that he's doing, we got here because of the election. We got to figure out how to get out of this as a result of the election. And we know clearly we cannot rely on the traditional methods of how we turn out votes or the same base. We have to expand the pie. That we have north of 40 to 45% of our community who don't participate in any elections. And we are doing an outreach now to those individuals to expand the pie. Secondly, everything he says tonight needs to be fuel to engage our community on why elections matter, why their voice is important, and what needs to happen. What has taken place over the last 12 months is a reality check for Black folks who like to play us versus them game, and you all don't do this or you should do that, or the Democrats are no better than Republicans. This has nothing to do with partisanship. This has nothing to do with the strategy used or the vehicle you align yourself with. I always say that wherever you want to get engaged, get engaged. I don't care if it's this group versus that group, because I'm not an organizational elitist. I believe in Black folks being in power and self-determination. And you get the vehicle necessary to get the self-determination. And that's what we have to be focused on, because everything is a distraction. He's going to say some outlandish stuff there because he don't want the rest of the Epstein files released. He's going to say some outlandish stuff there because his base is eroding as a result of his bad policy. He's going to say some outrageous stuff there because white folks are suffering economically. Farmers are losing, have lost contracts. He's going to say some outlandish stuff there because he's probably going to defecate on himself on stage, and he needs to distract from the stench that's coming off that stage, both verbally and you get what I'm saying. But for us, we can't be distracted. We got to be focused on how do we pivot out of this. Right now, I'm open to any other strategy. It's the November election. Let's build that power. Let's create the momentum, and let's turn out beyond the votes necessary. Final point. If we're performing at 11% of the total electorate by election cycle, and we represent 13%, our target, we need to be approaching more 15%, because we are the guaranteed vote to get out of this mess, and that's our focus.
Okay, so D, I'm gonna tell you, I'm so glad that you're still here, because we have a pastor that's gonna join us, and you clearly need him, because I thought you was about to cuss. I know where you was going with this stench, but I'm glad that the pastor, his name is William Lamar IV. What I am so grateful for in this moment is Reverend Lamar is someone who has used tactics to ensure our advancement. He outsmarted the system in some ways. I know many of our viewers heard a little bit about the Proud Boys and their involvement around January 6th. And this pastor of Metropolitan AME in DC it was like, not on my watch, y'all gonna lose your IP. So now the Proud Boy, the proudest boy, is the one that snatched that IP address in the name of the Lord. So can we talk for a minute, Pastor, about the importance of outsmarting our enemies in this space? I wish we didn't have any enemies, but if you're going to show up and come for our lives, our personhood, our citizenship, then certainly you are not our friend.
Well, first of all, let me thank you, Angela, for allowing me to share the platform. And I would say to Brother Johnson, speak truth. I never, ever discourage anyone from telling the truth. As a matter of fact, the church has a way of ornamenting things that we should not ornament, using euphemisms. So I'll give you something very clearly. Christmas does not smell like cookies and trees. It smells like the words you thought that Derek was going to say because of where Christ was born in an animal stall. And I had said that. So we must not cleaning language is a way of disinfecting reality. And when you disinfect reality, you cannot create the theology, the politics, the economics to change the pain and the suffering. So when it comes to the Proud Boys, this goes to the way that I have been thinking. We must think ancestrally and follow ancestral light. Mother Mabel's son was lynched by the Klan. She sued the Klan and she won their property and their money. Mumbet, Elizabeth Freeman, in the 1700s, sued for the ownership of her own body. So what Metropolitan was doing is suing the Proud Boys, Wild Boys, Proud Boys, whatever boys, definitely not adults. In suing them was being a part of this ancestral legacy of pushing back, fighting back, using every tactic, every strategy to be clear that we must interrupt the politics of violence. They sought to intimidate us the same way that the megalomaniac in chief, his mendaciousness, is doing right now. They use violence of rhetoric and violence of action, but we have never cowered. We did not cower then. We will not cower now.
We definitely cannot cower. Again, as you all were joining, I was mentioning that what we've seen also on the House floor tonight, a lot of our members, the conscience of the Congress, Congressional Black Caucus members, actually boycotted this State of the Union address more so than what happened last year. But Ilhan Omar, the smallest Mike Tyson I've ever seen in my life, is sitting on the House floor. She was arguing, heckling Donald Trump this evening. And I want us to deepen into for a second as well the importance of civil disobedience and what that looks like in 2026. It might be different than a Montgomery bus boycotter. It might be different than a sit-in at a lunch counter because we're not striving for those same rights necessarily. We've advanced a little bit, Britt, but what does civil disobedience look like right now, and how do people play their role beyond that Instagram story post that's really profound? But what else can you do with your body?
I mean, listen, the Instagram story post helps, right? Because it
Yes.
helps gather the people and share the information. And we know that digital organizing is critical now. And yet our ancestors did far more with far less, right? Ida B. Wells was her own Instagram, right? The Crisis Magazine became its own Twitter for the NAACP, right? There are so many ways in which we have been industrious and innovative to make our voices heard. As we do that, we have to make sure that we are following the blueprint of discipline that was laid before us. So many people think that protest is about getting outside, getting on a bullhorn, and getting loud. That is what it looks like to us on the other end. If you are not aware or did not engage in the hours of training, of planning, of organizing, of building, of preparing that it takes to make those moments actually make an impact. So when we look at what's happening with the Working Families Party, when we look at Freedom Together Fund, when we look at so many places that are providing that training, I know a lot of people had a lot to say about the No Kings protest, but we talked about this on State of the People TV. There were a lot of people who said, hey, look, I've never been to a protest before. And that No Kings protest provided training, it provided opportunities, it provided an entryway for people who said, this is my first, but I don't want it to be my last. So how do I get connected with a local organization, a local chapter of a national organization to stay trained, to get more information, and to understand what our next move is going to be? Civil disobedience matters all the time, but it is important that we are disciplined, that we are thoughtful, that we are organized when we do it. Why? Because it's dangerous work, right? Dr. King, when he was writing the letter from a Birmingham jail, and those white clergy that he was responding to told him, hey, you need to wait your turn, calm down, just wait until you get asked to the negotiating table. What Dr. King reminds us in that letter is that actually without civil disobedience, you're never going to come to the negotiating table. I have to create the pressure and the conditions that force you to negotiate with me. That's what civil disobedience does. But if you do it and you wilding out, instead of being disciplined and organized when you do it, then you're not going to reach the goal that you're aspiring to. So it's important to get connected with a local organization or a national one. Find your political home, get that training for how to show up and stand between people and ICE. Get that training for how to do a sit-in and to know what to do if you're being arrested. Get that training for the bail funds to make sure that the money is going to the folks who are being arrested. There is a role for every single person, whether you're on the front lines or you're in the background organizing, but we have to do it in a way that is disciplined, that is organized, and that follows the blueprints that have been laid before us.
I love it. I'm going to let you go, Bishop Britt. That's why we call her Bishop. And President Derek Johnson, because he has a whole NAACP Image Awards week to get to. But I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Pastor, I'm going to keep you because we're going to bring on the President and CEO of Planned Parenthood for America. That is Alexis McGill Johnson. And also our dear sister strategist, my Capitol Hill buddy, Joy Cheney. So they will join us now. And I wanted to keep you here, Pastor, because if you listen to a white evangelical, you might think that healthcare is not important. You can pray whatever illness is away, you can pray it away. And then on top of that, they don't believe that women should be able to make choices about our own bodies, even if it comes in the face of death. And of course, Alexis every single day is working on ensuring that we have that access. Not to mention, big mythbuster here, Planned Parenthood does full service healthcare in a lot of other areas besides abortion. Now, I don't work there, so I'm going to let Alexis tell you. But I did want you to stick around for this part of the conversation as well, Pastor. Alexis, you are in the fight of your life because this president has waged war against a woman's body, even healthcare. And Joy, I know you have a lot to say about that as well. So sis, I want to yield to you first, Alexis.
Well, no, thank you, Angela. Thank you for all that you're doing and just elevating all of these conversations. I mean, look, we know, right? And I didn't pay any attention to this. I know that whatever he talked about, it wasn't reproductive health care, because we know that his very omission was an admission, right? Because he knows that his administration has been nothing but hostile to leaving people just more vulnerable in a moment past the Dobbs decision, past the COVID crisis. Like healthcare, reproductive healthcare in general is in a crisis. And when we're talking about Planned Parenthood in particular, having borne the brunt of the healthcare crisis in his signature legislation, his big, beautiful, ugly bill, right? We have seen Planned Parenthood was the first entity to go without Medicaid funding. The rest of it is going to happen after the midterms. But Planned Parenthood was defunded immediately in July. And we fought, we litigated, but it went into effect this fall. And we know firsthand now the impact of that on people's lives. We know that this administration is being very clearly saying that they don't care. It's like literally the audacity of our equality that they are fighting every single day, because they believe that they know better than we do about how to control our bodies. So I'm sitting here thinking about the millions of patients that are being denied access to good quality healthcare, non-judgmental healthcare, people who have literally come to us and said, maybe I should get rid of my Medicaid so I can stay with Planned Parenthood, because they are trying to actually just get the basic care that they need, who believe that, they don't understand why these things are happening, because what they have grown up knowing is that somebody in their community was always going to show up for them and be available to give that care, because that was the social contract that they had understood to be their healthcare provision. And now we're in this moment, literally in the fight of our lives, watching this administration take away, not just roll back reproductive rights and freedom, but actually take away all of the access to get basic health care, knowing that, there is literally no way for so many people to make these really hard choices. The beginning of the year, people were making choices about whether I should stay in the ACA or I should pay my rent. That's the definition of the affordability crisis.
Yeah.
And we've been seeing it kind of all along through the attacks on Planned Parenthood, because we've been out here fighting for folks. And now knowing that this is going larger and larger, and that is actually going to be the real story of this year, because they don't actually care about what's happening to us. They want to serve their masters. They want to serve their insurance companies. They want to serve their donors. They want to serve their Doge folks. They want to cut all of this out of the federal budget in ways that are going to really undermine how people are just able to negotiate and navigate their lives every day. That's what the fight is about.
And to that point, tonight, Joy, Donald Trump referenced the ACA, the Affordable Care Act. We know that the ACA, Obamacare, is the bill and the policy they love to hate. I think we could all acknowledge that it was not perfect, but it was what could pass at the time. Certainly, the attempt to dismantle it 80-something times is not what we were striving for, especially in the absence of a solution. Tonight, when he spoke, he talked about these doggone HSAs. As if that's going to solve anything. The one thing I always think about, Joy, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, is like, if you need to be airlifted from a car crash, what is your flex savings account going to do for that? Right?
Nothing.
Right. So I want you to talk about that, because you know a lot more than me in this area.
Well, first of all, not many people know much more than Angela.
Oh no, it's a lot of people
stuff
that know a lot more than me.
And the best part is she gets us all together to talk about it, and we love that. I'm an alum of Planned Parenthood, and I can tell you that everything Alexis, my source, said is correct. The cuts that this administration, the thing that he's talking about tonight, because I did listen, it's on way in the background somewhere. What he has been saying is, it can sound good if you don't read the fine print. He, in every turn, gives money to rich people and takes it from not just poor people, middle class people, working class people, anybody who's not a billionaire. He was willing to sacrifice everyone who goes to Planned Parenthood, thousands of people who are at rural hospitals, urban hospitals, almost every place. And by the way, the big ugly bill, you might say, oh, well, it doesn't take effect till after the election. How clever. That's true in its fullness, but hospitals are already closing. I work with an organization called Protect Our Care. We have a hospital closure, map. They're closing all over. This is happening, and then of course Alexis is also referring to the cut in the tax credits, right? We know that healthcare was already expensive. Angela alluded to the fact that it wasn't perfect, in part because every time Democrats tried to make changes, they would threaten to get rid of the whole bill.
That's right.
Turns out they don't want to get rid of ACA. Some of them do, but for the vast majority of them, they are frightened of their own constituents, which is why they won't go to town halls. Because it turns out people need the Affordable Care Act. And if they're not on the Affordable Care Act, they need Medicaid. And despite what he's saying about Medicare, saying he's not going to touch it, he absolutely has. And he is not, his prescription drug plan, again, is smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
It gives cuts to pharmaceutical companies. They're the ones that benefit. They're having a great year financially, probably better than all of us, under the guise of lowering costs. And it is not true. What he has done was try to undermine and delay the healthcare prescription drug things that were already underway through the Biden administration. This is not just about celebrating Democrats and beating up on Republicans, but the fact of the matter is we were on a way to try to close health disparities, ones that we saw exacerbated during the pandemic. We recognized it. There was work being done to close including around maternal health, culturally competent care. When he talks about getting rid of DEI, he also means shutting down and repurposing all the HHS health equity offices,
Yeah.
which also impact women, because we know that some, Alexis knows this, I know Angela does too. Most of this is about attacking women, and not just the women on this screen, white women in particular. Check it out what they've been saying about them. This is about disadvantaging any and everyone who is not a wealthy person, and doing and lying to us about, you know, waste, fraud, and abuse, talking of running people down about work requirements, when the greatest waste, fraud, and abuse are happening with his relationships with pharmaceutical companies and, frankly, his own family. We know this to be true, giving tax breaks to people who own yachts while saying we don't have the money to extend tax credits. And so, to bring it round to what you're saying, no, your your health savings account is not going to help you if you've gotten in an accident. It's not going to help you if you have long COVID. It's not going to help you if you have a bad outcome after a pregnancy. It's not going to help you in any of those respects. And we also know that many people, if given money, will not spend it on healthcare. We know that taking healthy people out of the insurance marketplace drives up costs for everyone else and brings back the bad old days. So the reasons why we had an Affordable Care Act and Obamacare proudly to begin with. So that's what we're dealing with here. And I'm so glad to be on with all of you. And Rev, we need your prayer. We love your church. We thank you for what you did. And Angela, thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you so much. I want to come to you, Pastor, Reverend Lamar, because I think this is really what I wanted you to hear and respond to. For so many, there is this disconnect between the morality of healthcare and what this country owes its citizens, what humanity owes its people to ensure our health, our wellness in body, mind, and soul. And for whatever reason, this country has well, we know why, its roots are rotten, but it's chosen to wage war on the physical body, on the, physical, spiritual, and emotional body of a people. And so I would love for you to respond to your colleagues who wear the cloth, but they may not wear the spirit of the thing, on why healthcare is a biblical right, not just a policy right in this country.
This is an extraordinary question, and I want to ground it. You mentioned white evangelicalism. Now, I want to. The term would probably be intellectual genealogy, but check this out. I therefore hate the corrupt, slave holding, women whipping, cradle plundering, partial and hypocritical Christianity of this land. The slave auctioneer's bell and the church going bell chime in with each other, and the bitter cries of the heartbroken slave are drowned in the religious shouts of his pious master. Revivals of religion and revivals in the slave trade go hand in hand together. The dealer gives his blood-stained gold to support the pulpit, and the pulpit in return covers his infernal business with the garb of Christianity. Here we have religion and robbery, the allies of each other, devils dressed in angels' robes, and hell presenting the semblance of paradise. Frederick Douglass.
That's Frederick Douglass?
That is Frederick Douglass.
No wonder they didn't want him on that 250th commemorative coin. Y'all understand?
This, my friends, is the most photographed man of the 19th century, the most recognized human image of his time. And let's be very clear about the American project, about its settler colonial roots. Early on was a theological discussion when the Portuguese, especially, encountered the quote unquote New World. Nothing new about it. It had been here. It was complex economically, it was complex philosophically, religiously. But when they baptized people, the question they had to ask Rome, because the Catholic Church ran the Western world, when we baptize these natives, these people, do they become Christians? And if so, must we treat them as brothers and sisters? And what the church says, this verifies Frederick Douglass, this is the doctrine of discovery. The church says essentially, you own their bodies and the church owns their souls. America's entire political economy is based on the exploitation of human flesh, the destruction and exploitation of it. So let's give a modern example. City of Baltimore. If you're like me, you think The Wire is an extraordinary television series. But what it shows is after they could no longer make money off of black bodies in slavery and in Baltimore's industrial economy, which is now pretty much dwindling and destroyed, they had to find ways to make money off of us. So then they criminalized us and they made money off of the prison industrial complex, which our bodies again are commodified. Here's the problem. The church still sits at the center of exploiting bodies, especially the bodies of black and brown women who do the labor that keeps the world running, childcare. I've had family members with health crises. Everybody looks like us, depending on us, but those bodies are exploited. And right now, still, even people who do what I do, who look like us, we've not divorced ourselves from this theology that Frederick Douglass so beautifully, eloquently, and elegantly condemns, because we're still preaching this foolishness, asking people if they died tonight, would they go to heaven or hell? Jesus never asked that question. The goal of the preaching of the gospel is not what happens after you die, it is what happens here. The prayer we were taught to pray, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And heaven is not even a place you dwindle off to and float to when you die. Literally, that word in the Greek New Testament means the place where the will of God is done without human obstruction. So we have to divorce ourselves from the theology that enslaved our people and that kills our people to this day. And there are many who've done it. Ida B. Wells divorced herself, Harriet Tubman divorced herself, James Cone, Prathia Hall, Teresa Fry Brown in our day. The list is long, but some of my colleagues are afraid to turn their back to on their theological masters. But it is the only way that we will get free and remain free.
I love it. Thank you so much, Reverend Lamar. To my dear sister Joy, and to our dear sister Alexis, I do want to just ask you, Alexis, before you go. I know your itinerary is long and have a lot to respond to tonight in the absence of anything related to reproductive justice in the State of the Union. But what would you say to people at home who feel like, the fight for these rights is pointless? To have Roe obliterated, to have these clinics that serve holistic needs of our folks obliterated and challenged constantly. For somebody at home who's tired, you have to carry this mantle every single day. What is the thing that you would say to keep us all going? And maybe it's the very thing that keeps you going.
Oh my God. Look, I think for all of us, we all recognize that hope is not like a good, right? It's not like this happy thing, right? Hope is actually an act of resistance. It's an act of defiance. It's an act of saying, regardless of what is happening to us right now, we are going to get through the other side, no matter what we have to get through to get there, right? I think that's what the pastor was alluding to, that we actually have to stand in this breach and bear witness to the real impact of what is happening in communities. And so I think about this world right now where, again, literally people are choosing, am I going to pay my rent or am I going to continue on ACA this month? I don't know. Like, maybe I can wrap myself in a bubble. Maybe I can wrap my kids in a bubble, and that their little cold and rhinovirus is not going to turn into pneumonia for the next couple of months, and we can just get through to the other side. Let me just get through to the midterms, right? Because we're not just trying to get to the promised land. We just trying to get through to let me get through 6 more months and then figure out how I re-enroll to take care of my family, because people understand why it's important, but they are making real-time calculations. They are worried. They know, in Planned Parenthood land, our doctors are being criminalized. There are people who are no longer going into the OBGYN profession because they are afraid of being criminalized. We have seen declines of student residents who've come in because they have a vision for, solving and saving maternal mortality, and they want to practice in communities that deserve that, but they're afraid they're going to be criminalized by just performing basic healthcare in those communities. So they are leaving. People who have been there helping some of us who may have been on the later age of maternal care, advanced maternal age, when I had my kids at 35, they're leaving those states because they're like, we cannot be on the other side of being criminalized. So they're making choices which are going to impact the choices that we make, which are going to impact the choices of our children. And when my girls, who are 13 and 16 right now, go visit their cousins in Georgia from New York, they all of a sudden have less freedoms. And so I think that I want people to think about where we are, as you would often say, Sis Angela, in the year of our Lord 2026, how can it be that people are making choices not to match into programs in states with abortion bans because they don't want to be criminalized? How can it be that students no longer want to go to university in places that have abortion bans? And how can it be that people who are living in these states no longer have the most basic access to reproductive health care? Not just abortion care. They can't even have access to OBGYNs because in a state like Georgia, only a third of the counties have an OBGYN. Like, it makes no sense because people don't want to lose freedoms just because they are functioning humans, like in any way. So I think that it is so important right now in this moment for us to just recognize that they are coming for us in all kinds of ways. They let Planned Parenthood be the tip of the spear. Let what's happening with ICE be the tip of the spear. Let's what's happening in the affordability healthcare crisis be the tip of the spear. Let us understand that we've always been the tip of the spear because our bodies have always been contested. And that we know that no matter what we do, they will come for us. But the only antidote for them coming for us is for us to stand together to ensure that we are going to show up. We are not going to listen to this rhetoric. And we are going to ensure that we are telling the truth and that we are marching our ways all the way through this year into the ballot box, because that policy is the only thing that's going to change these outcomes. Power is the only thing that's going to change these outcomes. And until we stand right together across all of these issues, we're not going to be right ourselves. And that to me feels like, whatever the message was intended for the State of the Union, I'm so clear for you, Angela, and for all that you've done to bring us together, that our clear State of the Union is that we must stand together because that's the only way that we're going to actually fight any of this back.
That's it. I love it. So to Reverend Lamar, to Alexis McGill Johnson, to Joy Chaney, thank you all so very much. This is powerful. We must do this together. We will go so much further if we just stand together and then take a walk. We got to go. We got stuff to do. Thanks, y'all. I'm so grateful for that incredible panel. I'm sitting here and typing in the chat so you all know. I'm like, Rev got bars. He's quoting Frederick Douglass. He still got bars. But let me find out. I need to figure out what Frederick Douglass quote that was. What a miraculous wordsmith. Before there was a hip hop artist that could write a dope verse, there was Frederick Douglass. So with that, I want to bring to the virtual stage someone who is truly a mentor to me, one of the most powerful voices in Congress. She has served as the Congressional Black Caucus chair. She represents Ohio. Just so you all know, she got a side hustle. It's a boutique. I still need to go shopping in this boutique. This is Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, who decided today she would not be attending this State of the Union. I want to start right there, Ms. Beatty. Why was it important for you to sit this one out?
Well, it was important to me because I decided that I would not legitimize a presidency that was rooted in racism, lawlessness, and economic sabotage. That alone was a no. But the fact that he was unapologetic about putting 8 faces on former President Barack Obama and Michelle Obama, and the list could go on, trying to gut Medicaid, Medicare, banning books that our little children can't read about people like you and me and others. How far you want me to go? So when I think about all of that, and being a Black woman, chair emerita of the Congressional Black Caucus, there is no way I could justify sitting there. And after what I have witnessed tonight and watching him, I could not have sat there through that. There is no way I could have sat there and not had behavior that I wouldn't have been proud of. So I wanted to exercise my rights for my grandchild, my 2 grandchildren, to tell them that sometimes you have to make tough decisions, but you can do it and still do your duty. So for all of those who might challenge or question, why aren't you there? It's your job. No, my job is to speak up for the American people. My job is to fight for the least of us. My job is to speak truth and power. And so that's why I did not go tonight.
You know, Ms. Beatty, one of the other things that I've been thinking about so much is you were the first and only subcommittee chair on diversity and inclusion on the Financial Services Committee. You did tremendous work on and off committee, if we're honest, in this particular space, and still continue to do this work in the face of corporations, quite frankly, that are now saying, and higher education, institutions of higher education, that they want to throw out diversity, equity, and inclusion as a principle, as if 2020 was so long ago. We're talking about something not even 6 years ago, where there was a tide change, a paradigm shift, we thought, but it just ended up being a fleeting moment. I would love to hear from you on what you say to corporations who, you know, some of them, you know, some of the CEOs. What do you say to them as they continue to bow to Donald Trump and turn their backs towards what is right, moral, and just?
Well, I tell them that we're not done with this. And you are right. And I was very thankful to the Congresswoman Maxine Waters, our chair at that time of the Financial Services Committee, that held the jurisdiction of the first ever DE&I subcommittee, which she trusted me to chair. And part of it was, Angela, because we had subpoena power, we had to swear them in, but they understood that we needed to move the needle. And it was that pressure. And then came George Floyd. And then came the corporations who pledged millions of dollars. And we only got hundreds of thousands of dollars in actuality. So we took our foot off the pedal, and we should be putting our foot on the gas. We were just talking about that. And I can assure you, Donald Trump started speaking around 9:15. At 9:24 exactly, he said he was proud of doing away with DE&I. That tells you that's at the top of his agenda.
Yes.
That he was so proud of doing that. And if that is not enough for all of us, not just the members of the Congressional Black Caucus, not just the Democrats in the United States Congress, but because your show is so popular, I'm speaking to America. And just like Joy said earlier on your show, they're coming after white women too. So let's be clear, they're coming after young white men who are young. You're not going to be on that corporate ladder, because they're saying you have to have already been on a board, and if you've never done it. They're coming after LGBTQ. They're coming after male and female Black Americans. We know that because when you talk about the top Black people on Fortune 500 committees, I can name all of them on one hand, and I know all of them. So
Ms. Beatty, I want to tell you this really quickly. As we're talking, Donald Trump has just finished his State of the Union address. As soon as you started talking about white women, I want you to know he's walking off the House floor, and I don't know your colleague's name, but she's wearing a pink blazer. She pats his hand, and it's almost like he doesn't even see her. And if I can't tell you that that is exactly like the 2024 election, they ran to go vote for this man, and he doesn't even see them. He's not supporting policies in their interest. To your point, it literally happened on the House floor as you were saying it.
Yes, he doesn't care about us. He has a fixation on himself, and that was clear. And here's another reason I'm glad I'm not there. He was bothered when we didn't recognize him. For those members who chose to go, when they were silent, when they sat down, it angered him. And that tells you he understands our power. So we have to use that power. And
Yeah.
so, what I am calling on tomorrow, I just sat with Congressman James Clyburn, Congressman Benny Thompson, and many others are here in a room with us. But we just said we're going to go to the House floor and do a conga line where we talk about Black folks. The fact that he did not lower the flag for the Reverend Dr. Jesse Jackson, and
Yes.
I would have had to have sat there and listened to him talk about Charlie Kirk and honor his wife. That I could not have done it. At the same time, a real leader, a real legend with a legacy, not just for Black people. This man went and rescued folks in foreign countries. This man has done so much, and we couldn't lower the flag or let him maybe not lie in state, but lie in honor in maybe Sanctuary Hall or somewhere. There is no way I could sit in that seat and be respectful to someone I don't respect. I have absolutely no respect for Donald Trump. And I have no problem saying that. I'm in the middle of a lawsuit with the president of the United States over the Kennedy Center and what he did to our only living memorial for John F. Kennedy in placing his name on it, saying it was a unanimous vote when he muted my button as a board member. So there are so many things that go on because I refuse to quit. I attend virtually because I won't go to the White House and I certainly won't go to Florida, but I get on virtually for every meeting. So there's so many things that the American people need to know and we need to educate them. That's why I'm so proud of you always speaking truth to power, always speaking about the tough issues.
Thank you, Miss Beatty. I want to just tell you before you go, I know you're still responding to media requests, even in this late hour. You talked about Reverend Jackson and what he's owed. I do think it's so important for our people who are at home watching that know you're a fighter. There are also mayors all over the country. Our Black mayors, the African American Mayors Association, decided that the flags that they were in charge of would be flown at
Yes,
half-mast in Reverend Jackson's honor. So I do want to shout them out and thank
yes,
you for all of your courage. Let me tell you, y'all can run up on her if you want to, but she'll be ready for the fight. So
that's right.
Congressman Joyce Beatty, I love you so much. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
She is absolutely a representation of what it means to be the conscience of the Congress. And I'm so grateful to have watched Miss Beatty up close and personal, fighting the good fight in Congress every single day. You all heard from one of our hosts earlier this evening. She hosted a mighty strong hour with the light giving her a glow. So she's here with the glow back. That is Karen Finney, legendary commentator, political strategist, and communications expert extraordinaire. Did you watch this craziness?
Girl, I had to watch a little bit of it just to say I did. Yeah, but I'll tell you the truth. I kept clicking over back to this and over to watch The Neighborhood on BET rerun.
What? That's not what I thought you were gonna say.
Because I needed some laughs because it was so outrageous, the lies.
Karen, did you hear just a minute ago when he said that he wanted to give himself the Congressional Medal of Honor, and he hopes that at some point they change the law and then he'll join the people because he can't give it to himself right now. I've never seen someone so self-absorbed in my life.
And you know what, Angela, it's such an important point because so much of this speech, I mean, they had to infuse stories of real Americans to get the applause and to get the speech off of him, because every other thing he talked about, how great he is, how much he's done, how, better than ever in the history of ever, which is all of it, just lie after lie after lie. And I will tell you, I bet you he will try to change the law to give himself the award before this is over. And it was so, especially when you consider they were honoring a gentleman who's 100 years old, who has, served our country in 3 wars, or another gentleman who has lost his legs, right? It's like, if you think about the people who get that award, no, you are not eligible, nor should you be eligible, sir. So
what did he have so that he didn't have to go to the army? I mean, what did he?
bone spurs in his foot. Come on.
Meanwhile, I should stop playing because I got some tendonitis in my Achilles even right now. I'm scared. I hope the thing don't snap. But let me ask you this too. There was a moment in the speech where he talked about, he said, well, this should have been my third term.
Yes.
And the people start chanting 4 more years. I'm calling them the people because they don't deserve to be called representatives in this empty ass house chamber. Now, here's the thing that I want to point out. He says that he should have been in his third term, but then he goes on this rant about how important the SAVE Act is. It is remarkable to me that they want to protect democracy against voter fraud that does not exist. They need voter ID for people who are clear about what polling location they go to, and the people recognize them because they volunteer every election. But he wants to talk about 4 more years, which is unconstitutional. So I'm trying to figure out what electoral law we're protecting.
We're not.
And why there's a choice. Why do they make,
It's all about protecting his power. I mean, look, I mean, we know this, right? When you hear him talk about things like nationalizing the election, but what did he also say? He said Republicans should control the elections in certain Democratic places, right? When we see what he did in Georgia, going, full scale, going into Fulton County and taking all the records, when he's still got this 2020 grievance. And I said this earlier tonight, the lesson that he learned after January 6th was that he needed to essentially overwhelm the system so that he could get corrupt and get more power. I mean, that's really what this is about. He's not trying to protect anything. He's not interested in, like you said, I mean, the Heritage Foundation's some of their own records show there's no voter fraud. It's not real. If you're here in the country illegally, you're not going to go vote illegally. I mean, come on, that's ridiculous. So we know what this is about. This is about him trying to hold on to power. He wants another election. He wants more power. It's the reason they're doing all this redistricting all over the country. And he didn't expect Democrats to step up the way they have. I got to give credit to our governors, our mayors, people who have been coming out and making their voices heard to say, no, we're not going to stand for this. And if you're going to do it, then we're going to do it. And, what's going on right now in Maryland, I have every faith in Governor Wes Moore going to get it done because, so he's not protecting anything but himself here's the other thing he said, Andrew, he didn't say it tonight, but he has said it before. He said, because they'll try to impeach me if they get back in control. So, he knows he's in trouble because he's broken the law.
He has. And so, speaking of breaking the laws, he breaks a lot of things, including just like moral sensibilities. And so one of the things we saw tonight, we referenced this earlier as well, is Congressman Green, who of course last year stood up, pointed his cane to Donald Trump. This year, he was holding up a sign that said that Black people are not apes. He of course, was removed from the chamber today. There are Republican influencers, pastors, people who supported Donald Trump in the election who have refused to just condemn this. Tim Scott did, in fact, condemn it, but tonight he put up a video. He couldn't wait for the State of the Union address, talking about America is back. America is going backwards, but I don't know that America is back. I want to bring this up because, Karen, I don't know if you've been paying attention to what happened. Gavin Newsom was in conversation with Andre Dickens in Atlanta, the mayor of Atlanta, just yesterday. And in that conversation, or was it 2 days ago now? 2 days ago. It was 2 days ago. Sorry, it's a blur. But in that conversation, he brought up being dyslexic and SAT scores. And the outrage coming from Republicans was 52 times, maybe 5,200 times what it was around The ape thing, which is like literally Michelle Obama's head, Barack Obama's head are here. But just the mere mention of a low SAT score. I understand it was not art, like it was not,
Yeah.
He could have said it a little better.
For real.
But I don't know that I would call that race. I would call some other stuff Gavin has done racist. Beat on some reparations bills, right? But like, this is the thing that they're like, how dare you? This is so racist. I'm like, y'all didn't see your boy 2 weeks ago?
But you know what, Angela, this is the thing. And I think it's so important we call it out and we name it. This is this false equivalency BS that happens all the time, right?
Yes.
Because remember, you know, they'll like, oh, you call us racist, we'll call you racist. And somehow that makes it okay, right? I mean, you know, just tonight, I'm sorry, I think it's racist that Trump said, we repeal DEI. Like this is some great statement and great achievement. That's racist.
It is.
Right? Because then you
like we're trying to erase you. How is erasure not racist?
That's racist. So, you know, you may not have liked the way Gavin made his point. I didn't. I was like, oh, I might not have said it that way.
Yeah.
But no, they're always just looking for any moment that they can try to say, aha, you know, because they know they're wrong. I really believe the reason they keep doing it is they know that they're wrong. You cannot defend what Trump did. You cannot defend, you know, comparing the former president of the United States and his wife, by the way, who is beloved. Trump will never be loved the way they are loved. That's what really a lot of this is about.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's constantly this false equivalence. And the thing that I hate is that sometimes one of the reasons I love to say to people, we don't fall for that, right? Like too often, you know, we've all been on these shows where you have to defend this and that. And it's like, that's not what this is really about, people.
Not at all.
The man's racist. Let's just say that and just acknowledge that. I mean, and he's over and over again tonight. There were moments where he, you know, kept saying it and pointing it out. And it was just so obvious. So, you know, and why it is that some of these right-wing influencers have so much influence on the White House. You know, we should talk about. I'm wondering though.
It pays to be right, pun intended.
Well, there's that.
Okay, how about that? And it pays handsomely. I hear you. Speaking of being paid handsomely, I'm gonna bring on this rich woman. She's rich in knowledge, and I hope she let me borrow $20. That is my dear friend, legal strategist, brilliant mind, Monique Presley is joining us, and I'm about to piss y'all off because here's what I'm about to tell you. So there's one thing that Donald Trump talked about tonight that I agree with. Look at this.
I'm like,
actually, there's two. But
okay.
This one is. I think this is funny. Trump accounts. Now I don't love the name, but he stole that from somebody. He colonized that from somebody, and it wasn't on the right. Y'all know about Booker's baby bonds. So we agree with this. I think we generally agree with this. Now, I don't like that he got to name everything after himself. I also don't like that he just tried to give himself the Congressional Medal of Honor. But Monique, what say you? Normally, you my moderate friend, so I thought certainly I was going to get less than an eye roll. Mo, you're on mute in case you're ready to weigh in.
Hey, y'all. It's good to be home. Man, so I have two very different I'm holding two opinions about tonight. One, it was so hurtful, as Karen was just saying, just the repeated overt racism that the Minnesota and Somali section and
oh my God,
Representative Omar just you know just holding herself and speaking out at the same time. All of that just could have took me. And I was watching it on camera, and I had popcorn, and my cousin was texting me. I still have my bowl, and she says, people in the comments know that you're eating that popcorn so you don't start cussing. I couldn't see the comments, but I was like, it was a nervous reaction, right? And so that was deeply hurtful. But then watching not just him, but his team roll out that reality show, game show, you get a car. Enrique is here in person, 3 gold medals, Olympic program. Let me know. They are very clear about how much trouble they are in.
Yes.
They know danger, danger. We about to lose everything. We have not done well. People are not happy with us. And so he did what he does. He let me entertain you. Let me make you smile. Let me give you this show. And the bigger the show got, I was like, oh, that's all they have. That's all they have. So we need to GOTV like I think they know we have it more than we know we have it right now. They know
if we have an election. Sorry, I gotta.
And I think they just haven't secured their plan on that. Because if they were on lock, he would have thrown in there somewhere like he did before. We don't even need any more elections. I was waiting for that, but I think maybe seeing as how today, the pedophilia lawsuit and everything came at the same time, so he wasn't like on his A game with that. But so I am encouraged by the buffoonery that we are on the right track.
What about this, Karen? So this is my other point of agreement. I only got 2.
I'm just like nervous.
I might actually have 3. I think I have one more. But he kind of is cheating with this. Okay. In theory, not taxing people on tips, I think, is the right thing to do. In theory. But he ain't doing this right.
No, and by the way, he touts that as if it is some master plan, economic plan that's going to just benefit all these people. And by the way, it doesn't.
Yeah.
And there's also all kinds of fine print on it if you actually read into it in terms of
kind of like them ICE bonuses.
How about that? Or all that money we're supposed to be getting back from the tariffs. Where is that? Right? He keeps talking about how much money.
Or the early retirement for the government. It's always fine print.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. So I'm with you. In theory, I like the idea, but in practice, and this is the thing I have to say, and I'm always wary of polls, but when we've seen it now across the year, we've seen it grow across the electorate and across different groups, people are not buying it anymore. That's part of why they're in so much trouble. So even the people, the no tax and tips, because I remember there was a story, people went back to Nevada because he had, talked about it there on the Strip. And when people actually realize all the things they had to do to actually try to get that back, by the time you get that money back, and now your healthcare costs are more expensive, and actually your grocery bills are still more expensive. He lied about that tonight. Okay, you got your little no tax on tips, but what's she gonna get? A piece of bubble gum with it? I mean, it doesn't. So if it was real, and I'm even with you on the Trump accounts, again, hate the name, love the idea. We should be doing that. But can I just point out one other really cruel thing he did when he talked about I think he said something about lifting people out of poverty. I think that's called kicking people off of welfare, kicking people off of benefit, right? It's like you didn't lift anybody out of anything anywhere. So even the things that I might agree with you, I just feel like the devil's in the details, and that's where he breathes.
This devil don't touch details at all. But I do have one more for y'all where I agreed with him. Y'all want to hear it? Banning Wall Street from buying single-family homes. I do agree with this.
Okay. Yeah.
Conceptually, I don't trust him. But I agree with the idea. Let me tell y'all, there are so many folks. If you look, there's a map that just came out. I feel like it was last week. That was an overlay of maybe 20 years ago. It was more affordable to own 20 years ago. It is more affordable to rent today. And part of the reason is because of how much these big private equity firms have driven up housing costs by buying single family homes for Airbnb, for VRBO, for all of these different things that now people can't afford to do anything but rent. So, come on, Mo. Come on, Mo. You got your popcorn.
No, here's the thing.
She put the bowl down.
Scott Bissent said about this, and I clipped it. I meant to put it in the show and I lost it. So this is God.
Okay,
That is
good.
coming up
Because
now.
put this up.
He said, we're not talking about your mom and dad or your grandparents and their 5 to 7 single family homes that they're using for their retirement. We're talking about people who buy 30, 40 single family homes at a time. Now, first of all, offended, right? Because how out of touch are you that you're talking to a room full of just working citizens in this country, and you're saying not your mom and your dad with their 5 to 7 homes. They're still gonna be able to do that. We're talking about the 30, 40. So they're already finding ways to make it more about, we're not gonna let you buy a neighborhood full of homes. It's not gonna save the block. But again, as you said, I also just don't trust him. I always expect that there is some kickback involved because they are never interested in doing anything that doesn't favor business interests. So I don't know if we back in the land of Trump Realty. We'll figure it out.
Oh, that's a good flag, Mo. I hear that.
They'll roll it out right after the midterms. I mean, we're not gonna find out right now.
That's
so
true.
We need
That's true.
investigative journalists to investigate.
Well, y'all, we have been joined by two members who we love, our dear sisters, Congresswoman Robin Kelly, who represents Illinois 2nd District, also a candidate for Illinois Senate. Look at her. There she is. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. Oh, you sound good too. You right there. I can't wait to hear what you thought of this craziness. And then our another dear sister, Congresswoman Clark. She represents New York's 9th District. She is also the incredible Congressional Black Caucus chair. She was with us last year too, so I'm so happy to see my sisters, my big sisters, back in the building with us. So I can clearly see Congresswoman Clark said, I'm not going. Robin Kelly said, I'm going. So I want to hear the reasons why you all decided to take the paths you took and what you thought of what happened tonight.
Well, we both went.
Oh, you
Actually,
did? You got somewhere quick.
I was there, and it was as horrific as I thought it would be.
Did you leave early?
Absolutely. It was like an award show. You get a medal. You get a medal. You get a medal.
That's literally, Mo just said, you get a car, you get a car. Y'all are on the same page. Is there something to you that felt, to both of you, that felt overtly and incredibly offensive being in the room?
Well, it was a toxic environment to begin with, and I knew that was going to be the case. Ironically enough, I think word went out that most of or a significant number of Democrats would not be in the room. So the traditional setup of having Republicans seated on one side of the aisle and Democrats on the other was breached. This evening, we had a number of Republicans seated in what has traditionally been the Democratic section. And I think that was because they wanted to preempt the fact that we were not going to applaud the madness of Donald Trump. And they wanted to drown out any dissension that would come from Democrat to what was being said. And so much of it was, just full of lies and untruths. Donald Trump clearly was disturbed by the fact that Democrats would not stand and applaud him this evening. He really lost a lot of his composure throughout his speech as a result of that.
That is so true. You could notice it very easy because he kept commenting on it.
Wow. What else did you see that you felt like, like I was watching, like you could hear a pin drop when I saw Ilhan, Congresswoman Omar, responding, kind of heckling him, calling him out after he had just got done saying, the Somali pirates in Minneapolis, which is so overtly offensive and racist and xenophobic. She's having to sit through that, and she finally had enough and said, you should be ashamed. And I was saying earlier, Rashida Tlaib, as people began to chant USA, was saying KKK. On par with USA. I don't know if you all could see that where you are, but was there anything that felt overtly kind of offensive to you, Congresswoman Kelly?
Well, when he said, what did he say? That we were frauds and cheats and he was going to stop us from making money with the stock thing. You know how much money he, his family, and friends have made this year, this past year alone? Over $1 billion. And he's talking about us.
And that doesn't even include that little crypto coin, does it?
No. They've just made so much money. Every foreign deal that he's cut, he's gotten something out of it. Airplane, from Qatar. I mean, he's just made so much money. It's just horrible. There's no
I mean,
word for him. There's no word.
it's as though the emoluments clause never existed. It's not a part of the ethos of our nation. And these are things they're going to be held accountable to once Democrats uh, get the gavels. The American people have some very important choices to make here. Our country has been commandeered by a group of white supremacists who have decided that ultimately, they cannot survive in a multicultural civil society. And so, they're doing everything they can at the last gasp to try to preserve their white supremacist ideology and to impose it on the American people. I hope that folks recognize, just even in his touting the SAVE Act, that is the weapon of choice that they have developed to maintain one party rule in the United States of America. So there was a lot said this evening. Most of it was entertainment, but a significant part of it has a real danger to who we are as a nation and to the democratic values that has made our nation so unique in the world. We've got a lot of work to do to move us back into a space where we're not going to be run by a tyrant, where we're not going to be subjected to authoritarian rule.
Given that there weren't any real surprises in tone, in what he shared, most of it fact free, what was the impetus for both of you deciding to attend? Why did you not sit it out like some of your other colleagues?
I mean, for me, I am in leadership, so trying to give Hakeem Jeffries support, but also the more of us that didn't go, the more they would fill with his people. So I wanted him to see some consternation in the audience. I wanted him to see some blank stares, people that would not stand up, that would not clap, because it does bother him. He talked about it so many times. So I like to bother him.
I thought that, it was important as the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, with members seated there, that I be there as well to be a witness to what was taking place, understanding that there would be a lot of vitriol coming from him, that at the end of the day, his philosophy has to do with the diminution of our humanity. I thought it was worth it to be there to support those members who, for whatever reasons, had to be in that space this evening, and wouldn't want them to be in a situation where the question of Congressional Black Caucus leadership was not there.
It's so interesting you just brought up our humanity, and what's been ever present for me since his passing is Reverend Jackson, and that those three words he reminded us of often: I am somebody. So as you think about Reverend Jackson's legacy, how he deepened into diplomacy, his leadership, the contrast, frankly, between who he was, who he will always remain to us, and this alleged leader that you all had to sit and listen to ramble for I don't know how long. What do you think that Reverend would have us to do for our next steps? Ms. Clark, you know as well as me, I was joking about this on the podcast last week, saying he's the only non-CBC member who could come into a CBC meeting with no questions asked and start talking. And so,
Absolutely.
as an unofficial member of the CBC, maybe official given he was a shadow senator of
He's
DC
the
too,
shadow senator.
right? What do you think that he would be calling us to do in this
Well,
moment?
well, first of all, there is no comparison in terms of leadership between
None.
the Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. and Donald Trump. They're not even in the same class with one another. What Jesse Jackson did for Black people, and by extension, the United States of America, uh, Donald Trump is not even worthy to dust his shoes. Um, Donald Trump has lived a life of privilege, oftentimes at the expense of those around him, those workers that he stiffed, those individuals that he dehumanized on his way to becoming the president of the United States. On the other hand, you have the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who put his life on the line so that we could enjoy the freedoms that we enjoy today, who traversed this country and this world, lifting up the humanity of others, and very successful in organizing and registering voters across this nation. What he would want us to do is register voters like crazy. That's what he'd want us to do in this moment. He would want us to find every 17-year-old that's about to turn 18 for the upcoming election to make sure that they're registered to vote. He would want us to be out in these streets, keeping hope alive and making sure that our people understand that they are empowered through this franchise and that this is their country. And we have every right and every expectation to enjoy the fruits of our labor, and that we have to fight for it. That's what Jesse Jackson would want us to do in this moment. And that's what we are all inspired to do as a result of his life and legacy.
Absolutely. Congresswoman Kelly, I would love to hear from you on this. We know that the children of Reverend Jackson were Congressman Hakeem Jeffries' guests tonight. And this is, of course, after Speaker Mike Johnson declined Reverend Jackson laying on honor in the Capitol. So,
Well, first of all, the Reverend is my constituent, as all his kids are my constituents too. So it was good to see all of them. I have a close relationship with them because when I first ran for state rep, Jesse Jr. and I used to call him Big Daddy, but Reverend Jackson both helped me when I won for state rep. I've stayed in my life, but he's a unifier and a coalition builder. This guy is a divider. And he loves to divide us, because that's how he thinks he can conquer us. But I don't differ from what Chair Clark said, that he will want us to not leave a stone unturned, make sure everyone that's eligible to vote registers and goes to vote, not just register and just try to educate as many people and inform as many people as possible. This November 2026 election, we always say it's the most important election, but this is the most important election because, the big ugly bill hasn't fully gone into effect yet. A lot of things are going to happen if we don't take that house back. So it is extreme.
well, I think we just lost Congresswoman Clark.
Yeah,
Kelly. We had
yeah.
Congresswoman Clark, but we just lost Congresswoman Kelly. And I think we know where she was going. And that is we have an obligation to show up and to show out, not just in this election, but we have some policies that we need to be fighting against leading up to the election. One of my favorite things about Reverend Karen, Monique, and Congresswoman Clark is that he would show up anywhere and he did not wait for an invitation. He would show up to any fight. You did not have to summons him. He would be there. When we did the podcast last week, Andrew showed a picture of Reverend Jackson sitting on the ground on the other side of a 30-day occupation by the Dream Defenders in the Florida State Capitol. Reverend Jackson just came. He just went. And I think that our greatest obligation to our people in this hour is just to show up. If we start there, there's so much that we can do, especially when we do it together. So I want to thank you, Congressman Clark. I don't know if you have any parting words, but I know I don't want to keep you late because you got a lot of work to do on the other side of that. My
Well,
God.
I want to thank, the people's movement. You all have continued to inspire our people, to motivate, to activate. And that's the important part of this movement that we are part of. Activation is critical. You talked about what would the Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. do. he would be on the ground organizing as you are. He would be mobilizing. He'd be looking for ways to make sure that our folks are receiving mutual aid in a in an era when so much is being stripped away. I think about the unemployment rate for Black people in this nation right now as a result of the purging of the federal government and the threats leveled against corporate America for so-called DEI practices. And Donald Trump had the nerve to bring up DEI during his speech this evening. Again, the hatred, the bigotry, the discrimination that he's unleashing in this country. We've got to make sure that our people recognize that they have the power. They have the power to change all of this. And that's what our job is between now and the midterms and beyond that. I think we have to walk this walk every single day, as the Reverend Jesse Jackson did, and all those who were disciples of Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement. And even prior to that, our people have been sacrificing to make a better America, to open up the spaces, the pathways and corridors for our people to be successful. We can't be the generation that falls down on the job. So I'm rolling up my sleeve. I'm getting in these streets, and we all need to do that and make sure that we're talking with people. We are feeling their lived experience and absorbing it to the point where we are strengthened by the power that they have through what they're experiencing in their lives, and that we convert that into political power, which is what the Reverend Dr. Jesse Jackson Sr. did. He converted our pain into power, and we need to harness that so that not only in the midterms, but for future elections, for the development of communities, the development of opportunities for all of those in our community who are seeking them, become available and freely available to this generation and future generations to come. So I'm looking forward to doing this work. I'm a joyful warrior, but don't mess with me. Don't mess with me.
She means that. From Brooklyn, okay? We love you, Congresswoman Clark. Thank you so much. You are such an incredible CBC chair. We're so grateful for this time shared with you this evening. And we
Love
will
you,
see you
ladies,
soon.
and thank you so much for all that you do, and you're educating our people. We are so proud of each of you and hold you in very high regard. Thank you so much for what you do each and every day to lift up Black excellence.
Thank you so much, Miss Clark. All power to the people. All right. Well, we are getting to the end of our program. We have dissected what was not much of a speech already anyway, but we have also talked about the state of Black people. What is next? We have closing us out. I'm gonna get calls to action first from my sisters Karen and Monique. We have the Reverend William Lamar IV coming back. Y'all, he is incredible. I had never had the opportunity to just hear from him, and he had this Frederick Douglass quote earlier. I was like, oh my God, this is bars, and I need to find this quote. But I want you all to close this out, because before Miss Clark and Miss Kelly came on, I was on here trying to make y'all mad with my points of bipartisan agreement. But it was good because we got to fact check some of the things. I think this is important.
Yeah. You know, I'm going to say this, Angela, and you said it before, and I will tell you, it rings in my ears. I was in high school when Reverend Jackson came through in California public schools, and I am somebody. And he made us all say it back. You know, it was down with dope, up with hope, right? It was so fun. But the thing that I want us to remember is that by saying I am somebody and making us say it, it is to say each and every one of us matters, and our voices matter, and our getting, we've been talking about getting out in the streets. I was thinking about what, Congresswoman Clark was talking about. But I think part of what goes with that is to say, because you deserve that.
Yes.
You deserve that. Don't get it twisted, and don't listen to all the noise that might make you think, I don't know, I'm not sure. No. Yes. And so I would leave us with that. We deserve better, and we deserve to be out there and to say that and to take up our space and to demand better. And so I hope that folks think about that when they see what's going on and think about the ways that they can get involved. And I have grace for people. Some folks, it's registering voters. Some folks, it's, mutual aid. It's whatever it is you can do. It matters. So I would just leave us with that, because we deserve so much better than this foolishness we got going on right now.
I agree. Mo?
Yeah, Karen and I are together because I was going to share that it was the first week of July 1984. I was 13 years old, and Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Sr. came to Galveston, Texas, my hometown, and he spoke in the convention center, in the Moody Civic Center, and it was standing room only for like the floor and the 2 levels up from the floor. And I was on the floor, in the middle of the floor, 13 years old. And my mom had taken me to be in the room. I had that want to do it in me already. But I remember standing there and looking up and hearing him and knowing that this man was running for president of the United States. And that was like, whoa, to me. We can go that high. And then to hear, I don't know, people who maybe have never heard him in person, I think are hearing for the first time what it was like to get wrapped in the whirlwind of the way that he would make a case. And if he was making the case for America right now, I know that he would be talking about our individual responsibilities and our voices, and how one voice really can change things. And Angela, you don't even have to believe me. I did a little special for my show about Reverend, and I said, I don't know if there's anybody who can go and bring 100 soldiers home now. I don't know if we have that. And I'm like, and I don't know if they could broker a deal, with foreign dictators. And then I was like, but then there's my sister, Angela Rye. She's
not that.
Because I was thinking about Brittany Griner. And so I'm just saying, and I know you don't like this, but I'm in here now. So I'm saying he gave it to us, and our call now is to get real fast, like pedal to the metal about using it. Because what I saw from tonight was they're in trouble. And so now we got to act like we know. And GOTV is the only road right now. Like and registering, I'm telling people, make sure you registered, get your household registered, and then fan out. Like you're always telling us to find a home in community. And you gave my daughter a home with State of the People. I mean, she is forever changed, which is exactly what I'm saying, a different way. So
shout out to my niece.
Listen, and she is just so Black, so extra. Like she showed up with her fro, but State of the People took her over that edge.
Karen, know that Monique liked to dibble dabble in moderation, so I'm sure that she is freaking out right now. Look at her.
I'm sure that's true.
I made the most.
We're gonna bring her over.
See, she's like, I made the most radical. She is not radical.
Even the child on the spectrum is like the people, the power.
Well, and for good reason. Because Mo, I think one thing that is important for, people see you put together all the time, but you have been in this mighty fight advocating for your child who deserves full unfettered access to healthcare. While I'm sitting here with you all now, my mom had to make me come do this tonight because she is in the hospital. They found a blood clot last night. She was just did a run-of-the-mill routine CT scan, just to see how the cancer is responding to treatment. They call us back and are like, y'all need to go to the emergency room right now. I'm supposed to be in Chicago. But I'm like, I'm not leaving my mom checked into the hospital. We can talk about as fractured and as jacked up as this healthcare system is, and it is. Yes. But it can get worse if this administration continues to have its way. And so the thing that I appreciate about you, Mo, is you have been unabashed about this fight. Unafraid, clear, courageous, not just for your child, but for all the children who don't have moms who are as brilliant as you, as articulate as you, as fearless as you, to go and fight for their children and for the kids in their neighborhood who need that type of advocacy. That is our most reasonable service, to fight for one another. So we can GOTV all day, but if those people don't see reason or see themselves represented or see themselves having their basic needs taken care of, they're not going. And so as frustrating it is to take it back to square one, it's still our obligation. We got to give them something to get something. And when we get something, it's not us as individuals, it's that collective fulfillment. And that is our obligation. That is biblical. That is ancestral. That's all we know. It is the village concept. You can't be like, oh, I need you to go do this for me real quick. Run down here for November for me real quick.
No.
For what? What have you done for me lately, Janet Jackson? So anyway, but I love y'all. This has been incredible. We got to keep doing these, and we got to keep bringing, you know what we really should do, y'all, and I'm serious. I hope we can hold each other to this. Let's not just platform us because we know us and ourselves. Let's bring in our neighbors to hear what they need and be responsive to those needs in real time. Some of that might hurt. It's scary. You guys know I might be a little controlling, so I don't know what they're going to say. But I think that we probably need it, right, Karen? I think that's what we got to do.
No, that's right. And let it be okay that they might say some things that are scary or uncomfortable because we are too comfortable with not talking about what's uncomfortable, right? And we've got to, and that goes back to Reverend Jackson, goes back to so many of our leaders who were willing to just say the thing that was going to make folks feel uncomfortable, right? We'll never deal with our problems if we're just kind of tiptoeing around. So I'm with you. Let's do it. Let's bring in, and like you said, I mean, but this is why we call you the Chief of Staff of Black America, because you're always coming up with, okay,
I'm gonna get Tiffany Cross because this is the name I cannot live down. I love y'all though. I'm gonna have names for y'all next time we all on together. I'm gonna save them and surprise you. They're gonna come out of nowhere, but I'm gonna have them for y'all.
All right.
I love you, Karen and Mo, and I'm gonna bring back up the right Reverend. William Lamar IV, he is going to close us out. You know, we got to have a few closings because we are Black, and this is not Black church, but we are of the Black church. So you're going to be our first closing, and then we have a final closing, and we're going to let our people go to bed before midnight. So, Reverend, if you would close this out, I really just feel, and hopefully this is resonant with your spirit, just like a kind of call to action type of prayer. You know, the kind that's not like, okay, we're going to leave the way we came. We're going to do something different. From here, we feel on fire to move, to act.
Definitely. Well, thank you again for the opportunity. Let us pray. And I want to begin by reminding us that the West has taught us to pray with our minds, but our mothers and fathers pray with their bodies. So let us begin by breathing out confusion and breathing in peace, breathing out hatred, breathing in love, breathing out destruction and breathing in creation. In the presence of the creator of all people, all things, all universes, in the presence of our ancestors, in the presence of spirit, we come quoting the great poet James Russell Lowell, truth forever on the scaffold, wrong forever on the throne, yet that scaffold sways the future, and behind the dim unknown standeth God within the shadows, keeping watch above his own. Tonight we have heard lies. Equip us with truth. Tonight we have heard hatred. Give us the strength to love. Tonight we have seen destruction. Give us the joy of creation. We go forth into a world filled with enemies, but remind us that you are the God who spreads an abundant table before us in the presence of enemies. And remind us that we can do and face all things in your name and by your power. And so when we move in the streets tomorrow, we move not as those defeated, but as those reminded that we took nothing and made something from it by your power. Give us what we need to keep joyful and to keep vigilant, to keep laughing, to keep loving, and to be reminded that every day, in the words of Lucille Clifton, something has tried to kill us and has failed. In the midst of the lies, in the midst of the distraction and the destruction, we celebrate together what remains possible when we come together by your power and in your spirit. Dispatch us forth to co create a new world with you, we pray. Amen.
Amen. And Ashe. Thank you so much,
Oh,
Pastor. We're
thank
so
you. Thank
grateful
you.
for you. Thank you for coming back. I was like, he's so
Pleasure.
good. You got to tell me where this Frederick Douglass quote came from, because I
Oh,
did
I'm gonna
not
send it
know.
to you. I'll make sure you get it. I'll make sure you get it.
Okay.
All
Okay,
right.
perfect. Thank you,
All right.
Pastor.
And pray for your mother.
Thank you. Thank you so
Bless you.
much. We will receive them. She loves when the people pray. So thank you so much. So do we.
Bless you.
You all, I gotta just say thank you so much for tuning in with us. I know the journey has been long. Again, we started this a year ago, a little under a year ago, when we first convened for Donald Trump's joint address, and we refused to watch. We refused to be lied to. We refused to watch a fascist gain his power. And instead, we decided to come together as a community, to gather virtually for 24 hours in marathon form, to hear from some of the best and brightest among us, people who are doing the work every single day. Some of you may have never heard of some of the amazing things folks were doing, from farming to voting rights to legislative advocacy, protecting your constitutional rights, reproductive justice. We've heard from some of those same advocates tonight, from some of these same elected officials, doing some amazing work all over the community. Podcast hosts, we have one, Native Land Pod. Shout out to Native Land Pod. Joy Reid joined us, Karen Finney, Monique Presley, Jamie Harrison, David Jermaine Johns, who is the editor of our Black Papers Project. We are doing the work, y'all, and we ask you to join us. We have State of the People TV, The Signal Live, every other Thursday. We hope that you will tune in if you're not subscribed yet to State of the People TV. Make sure you do that on YouTube. Make sure you follow us at State of the PPL on social media. Please make sure you stay connected. The most important thing that we can do in this moment is stay together. And from there, we just put one foot right in front of the other. We have an incredible closing segment. We talked about this man's wonderful legacy all throughout the program today. Reverend Jackson reminding us we are somebody even when somebody stands up for more than 2 hours and tries to remind us that we're nobody. We see ourselves, there's no invisible man or woman here or person. We are somebody, and that somebody is Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr., and he joined our bishop, my sister, Leah Daughtry, for this incredible closing word segment. Thank you all so much. We'll see you next time.
Gathered here this week to nominate a candidate and adopt a platform which will expand, unify, direct, and inspire our party and the nation to fulfill this mission. My constituency is the desperate, the damned, the disinherited, the disrespected, and the despised. They are restless and seek relief. They have voted in record numbers. They have invested the faith, hope, and trust that they have in us. The Democratic Party must send them a signal that we care. I pledge my best not to let them down. There is the call of conscience, redemption, expansion, healing, and unity. Leadership must heed the call of conscience, redemption, expansion, healing, and unity, for they are the key to achieving our mission. Time is neutral and does not change things. With courage and initiative, leaders change things. No generation can choose the age or circumstance in which it is born, but through leadership, it can choose to make the age in which it is born an age of enlightenment, an age of jobs and peace and justice. Only leadership, that intangible combination of gifts, discipline, information, circumstance, courage, timing, will, and divine inspiration, can lead us out of the crisis in which we find ourselves. Leadership can mitigate the misery of our nation. Leadership can part the waters and lead our nation in the direction of the promised land.
And that was a word. The Reverend Jesse Jackson giving his speech at the 1984 Democratic National Convention in San Francisco, following his historic, groundbreaking run for the presidency. Reverend Jackson changed a nation, changed a people, changed a party, and we are grateful. We thank God for his life and for his legacy. Well done, good and faithful one. Well done.